and welcome to another week. Which way am I going here? Another week of the Abuse Cartoons live stream. There we go. Okay. Hope everything is okay. I was very green, so now I'm not green. But I'm looking a little rough around the edges. So sorry about the delay. Had a little bit of home repair going on this morning, so that should all be taken care of. Yeah, so sorry, things got pushed back. I was hoping to be on a lot earlier, but hey, Joe, hope you get back. Good to see you. And yeah, so it's still summer, it's still hot, and both YouTube and Restream changed their interfaces for everything, so they basically hid things now that I can't find, so I have no idea how to change the Twitter notification now when this stream goes out. So I posted one, and then it auto posted one from last week. But you look at their their help section, and it shows screenshots from the old interface. So obviously they've updated the interface. They've added things or taken away things, and I don't know where they exist now. So maybe in who knows. Who knows? But I love when they do that. And I love having to relearn software that wasn't even very good to begin with, and they didn't fix anything. So that's fun. Yeah, so things are going to be a little weird. Hey, Joe. Nice to see you. Yeah, so things might be a little weird on Twitter for a while. I might be double posting until I figure out how to either delete that from the streaming software or where I can actually edit it. But it's gone. So where it usually was is gone. And then, of course, like YouTube always does, they have their new streaming interface, which it's a totally separate thing from what I'm actually doing right now. So I don't know how I'm streaming onto YouTube, but it has nothing to do with the control panel, control room that they have set up now. So that's good. Yeah, because I can't see it. It's not going anywhere, but when I go to the actual page of the stream, the chat's there and everything's there, so whatever. So they deleted their old live stream controls, and now it's connected to something else. So wonderful. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea what this new thing is. It doesn't see the live chat. It doesn't see my video coming from Restream. So it's just nothing. It's just completely useless. I guess you have to set it up separately. I don't know. Very strange. Yeah, I noticed that too, that YouTube divides things between like live stream and then events. So if you schedule an event and a live stream, that actually creates two instances of that. So that's great. All right, so sorry about all the technical confusion there. But it's going to remain confused until this gets sorted out. I love that YouTube launches features. First they launch them broken, and then they give you the alternative to go back. And then when they eliminate the alternative, the previous version, yeah, you don't have much recourse except, I don't know, going onto Reddit or something and asking how people are live streaming. So I'm doing it the old way, which somehow is working. All right. So, still lots of hot summer left. But we'll see. So how's it going for you, Joe? Oh, new job. Oh, no way. Iphonics is working at Chick-fil-A. Nice. Nice. That's excellent. All right. So just try to warm up with some various stuff. That's great. Chick-fil-A. Those are the chicken sandwiches with the little pickle in them, right? It's like mayonnaise and a pickle. I've only had that a few times. I think because it was either not around or like somewhere kind of inconvenient. And it was, I think maybe like on road trips, like cross-country trips and stuff, you come across Chick-fil-A more easily. Didn't have any like ones that had it in a mall food court or anything. Nice. I don't know what that is. That's great. I wonder if that's going to become content. I'm sure, I mean, always fast food places have lots of stories and lots of insane customers. I'm sure there'll be some good content to come out of that. Yeah, I bet fast food is one of the few places that's hiring because they're they could stay open during the bad weather with drive-through. So it's a easy place to stay working because the McDonald's and the Starbucks with the drive-through, everything stayed open the whole time. The whole year so far, where a lot of the places with indoor only had to close. And they haven't even, because outdoor dining, especially in the summer, it's so hot here, it's not so common, or it's not so much of an option, so they didn't open any of that up. It was either all or nothing. So, yeah, that's funny. Oh, working there. Oh, good. He's working there on stream. Nice. Nice. I got to check out the stream. So, Tony, I'm sorry. I didn't see the stream, so I misunderstood you, Joe. Nice. Working at Chick-fil-A. Excellent. Yeah, Chick-fil-A is the one that's got the political. They're like Hobby Lobby, right? They've got kind of the Christian right ownership. Something. They offended somebody. And just went with it. Like where a lot of other corporations would just kind of roll over and apologize. They stuck to their guns and didn't. So, yeah. Working on stream. I have to see that. I have to see what's going on. Yeah, Iphonics is really creative with stream stuff. I'm always amazed. Just seeing the thumbnails, I'm like, damn, he's got a lot of really good imaginative content. It's really good stuff. So, yeah, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, to avoid the political backlash, it's best to switch to KFC. Yeah, which it's called KFC here. It just says KFC like it does everywhere else, but it's but they just call it Kentucky in Japan. So I guess at one time it was Kentucky Fried Chicken, and then they, everybody called it Kentucky because they can't say fried chicken very well, and then they changed that name to, I guess, the rumor that I heard was to get rid of fried out of to take fried out of the name of the restaurant when McDonald's and everything was starting to do salads, and yeah, so we'll see. Oh, right. Oh, that's right. They're the LGBTQ community, went, or they just don't tolerate them based on their conservative Christian beliefs. That's right. Yeah. But so it's still called Kentucky, but there's nothing in the shop that says Kentucky on it anymore. So it's very funny. People still remember. And Baskin Robbins is here too, but they just call it 31 because Baskin Robbins has a lot of R's in it. So they just call it 31. And it's funny because the BR Baskin Robbins logo, I'm not sure if that's everywhere. Maybe it's everywhere. But in Japan, they maintain the 31 in the... let me just see the logo real quick. Yeah. I guess that's their standard logo. Yeah. But it's going to come across black. That's our standard logo, and I don't think anybody sees the BR because the ice cream shop is only known as 31 here. So that's very funny. It's 31 ice cream only, but it does still say Baskin Robbins like in some places. But if you just look at that logo, you can easily just read that as, oh, that's 31. So it's 31 ice cream. And I heard I remember reading somewhere back that Baskin Robbins is 31 because Bressler's was 30, something stupid like that. Like some ice cream they like upped it by one, so 31 is supposed to indicate the number of flavors, and so whoever they were competing directly against was like 30 flavors of ice cream, and so they are 31. It's kind of like that Price is Right, like bidding $1 and Price is Right without going over because you think everybody else went over, so you bid $1. But it's, yeah, kind of that thing. So Baskin Robbins is just 31. So if somebody asks you to go to 31 ice cream in Japan, that's what they're talking about. Yeah, I don't know how long it's been here either, because some things have been here forever, since at least like the 60s, but I'm not sure. It's crazy. Yeah, it's 31 because they have 31 flavors, but it was always Baskin Robbins. Like it was like Baskin Robbins 31 or something. I can't remember what the old logo looked like, but I don't remember that being so prominent. And because of the name is not very Japanese language friendly, that the Baskin Robbins. Oh, here's the old one. Yeah, here's the old. No, I can't do that. Yeah, not super old, but here's the older logo. Now I'm gonna have to draw ice cream today. The smallest logo. Okay, this is gonna look like crap, but at least you'll see what I'm saying. Yeah, so that's more of what I remember, and you kind of ignore. So I guess it's just the opposite. You kind of ignored the 31 in the old logo and just said it's Baskin Robbins, and in the new logo, all you see is the 31. So yeah, but it was to I think it was to one up somebody. One up the 30 the 30 flavors. Oh, you only have 30 flavors of ice cream. Well, we have 31. Oh, is it still? Yeah, completely. Oh, yeah. See, yeah, you can see I did change the color because it's not keying out completely. Oh, it looks like it's made of diamond. Yeah. So the color is a little bit different. Maybe I'm a little strange. Oh, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, 7-Eleven is weird here. It's managed by a company. It's managed by a company called Seven and I Holdings. So like like some sort of financial management company or whatever. So they do a lot of other stuff. I think they do insurance and loans, like business loans and stuff. So Seven and I Holdings has a lot of different properties. But 7-Eleven is really strong here, maybe because of that holding, the holding company. And maybe it has a lot of financial connections and probably a lot of Chinese money. But yeah, I can imagine that happening because it's really strong here, and it's all a big kind of conglomerate. So it's not just it's not only the convenience stores. Yeah, but yeah, 7. And they have a little jingle too, so people know that more than anything for 7-Eleven. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh yeah, this is just their business. Yeah, 7 and I Management. Huh. You can see their investor relations. Let me see. Oh, this is one of those nightmarish. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, so they've got oh, this is just their corporate structure. It's not talking about what they own. Yeah, but they do the food in 7-Eleven is surprisingly good, and the coffee and things, they've like all upgraded all of that to compete with, they're trying to compete with fast food and Starbucks and everything, so it's just a map of corporate structure. Anyhow, it's a big company. Yeah, so it's what handles 7-Eleven in Japan. So who knows? Yeah, it's very possible. I didn't see anything. Let's see if there's any news stories. Yeah, to buy the U.S. convenience store and Speedway too. Yeah, so maybe Speedway was part of it. Yeah, Japanese retailer will acquire Speedway, the little convenience store in gas station thing. Oh, and I guess those are 7-Elevens. Yeah, so maybe everything will become 7-Eleven. Yeah. So maybe 7 for the 7-Eleven, and I is Isaka? Yeah. Ryuichi Isaka is the president. I don't know, maybe it's not, that's not the owner, so maybe it's not named after him. Something is I. I don't know what I stands for. Yeah, 4,000 speedways in the US, and a Canadian company owns Circle K. I didn't know that. Yeah, a lot of Circle K's in California. Yeah, so they bought Speedway as the latest news. That's really funny. Yeah, and you're right too. Yeah, last month they took over. Yeah, that's funny. Wow. I wonder if that'll change. Like, I wonder if it'll change the quality and the kind of contents of a 7-Eleven, more based on the Japanese style. Yeah, right. Yeah. Speedway gas stations with the convenience stores in them. So they are running convenience stores. Oh, Ohio based. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I grew up in Ohio, so I remember seeing Speedways there. That's right. Yeah, because I was trying to think. That's not like a California or Chicago thing, but yeah, it's the Midwest. So the Ohio based Speedway. Yeah, it's crazy. I guess maybe with Chinese money, Japan is doing well enough to do things like that. Yeah. So, yeah. So the since I streamed last, the Japanese Prime Minister is stepping down because of the health problem that made him step down the last time. So he was part of that chain of annual prime ministers that Japan had in the 2000s and like the maybe 2010s. Maybe 2000s, like early 2000s. Just every year there was a new prime minister. They'd step down for whatever reasons, or just either like no party support or whatever, personal or illness reasons. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It would be nice if the food at Speedway got better because of that. Who knows though? Maybe not. They're just managing it and they're gonna let it run the way it always did, because that would mean changing supply chains and technology, behind the counter and stuff. But yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see if we get a weak prime minister in Japan that wants to try to partner or be friendly with China. We're screwed. It's going to be ugly if we have a weak prime minister that's just going to because already there's a lot of disputed territory. I mean, China is just making claims for anything. They really feel like Russia in the 60s and 70s, where they just are going to roll tanks into whatever they think they should be owed. And the difficult thing about China's claim is, I mean, it depends on how far you want to go back, but everything was China. Everything was probably under the control of some empire at one time. So if you want to go back 5,000 years, maybe they have a territorial dispute with just about everything, including, the islands, the Japanese archipelago, and everything. I mean, because China or Asia, all the Asian island countries became Asian because of Chinese explorers and traders. So it depends on how far you want to go back, and it depends on how much we're going to tolerate this insane. We own everything, and they only want stuff that has valuable, mineral or oil rights or coal. They're still burning coal like crazy. Oh, I guess the U.S. is too. Oh yeah, Abe. Yeah. Abe. Was it Shinzo Abe? Yeah. He's got some, I forget, colitis or something. It's something serious. I don't think colitis is that serious, but it's something pretty serious that he had before, and I guess beat it or got over it and was doing okay, and now is saying, I don't know. The timing is kind of suspicious, though, too, because I think Japan, did they cancel the Olympics? They may have. They may have just announced the Olympics. I was seeing people complaining, but I hate getting news from like fragments on Twitter. Just you know, see the middle of some conversation from somebody that follows. Yep. Yeah. Oh, that was in May. I'm right up. I'm right up on the late breaking news. Jeez. So I'll give you the news about 5 months late. Jeez. Yeah, I hadn't heard anything. And maybe because it's kind of embarrassing. It wasn't big news here. Hmm. Oh yeah. So if they can't be held, they'll be canceled. Okay, that's all. That's all it's saying. Just speculation. Postponed. Postponed. Yeah. No. There's no definite. No. It's Yeah, if they can't be held next summer, then it's just going to be canceled because they won't hold them in 2022. I think that's going to screw up everybody's training schedule. Okay, yeah, I don't know, but in May, yeah, in May they said they'll be canceled. People on Twitter were going on about it being canceled, but it might be something. Yeah, I hope he's okay too. Definitely. Um, I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what it was. Yeah, chronic bowel disease. Oh yeah, oh yeah, it is colitis. Yeah, ulcerative colitis. Yeah, so I guess he's got ulcers in his lower bowel. That yeah, I thought it was colitis, but I didn't get the ulcerative part. Yeah, yeah. So he's had it for a long time, but yeah, we'll see. Yep. So he's stepping down, but I mean, he's the longest serving prime minister after having to beat that before. So it's a good chance he'll be okay. And he's got plenty of money, so we some of the have some of the best doctors, I'm sure, dealing with it. Yeah, he and his wife, most specifically, was kind of seemed like she was selling influencer things. They were caught in a little bit of a scandal related to like a kindergarten. I can't remember. I'd have to look up the details, but there was some like using their names attached to some school to get some financial benefit, and yeah, it was a little shady. But it seems like yeah, that's a lot. The status quo, like bribery, is so deep in some of the kind of how public office and things work that it's hard to. There's a lot of gray areas, and I think that makes it difficult. That's why the South Korean prime minister, like or president, I'm not sure what president goes to prison after they serve their term, after their term ends, because they probably have broken some bribery law during their during their term. Yeah, it's crazy. Lots of glasses. Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, so they're talking about the couple of people they're talking about, and there's a I don't know, some of the options don't seem very good, but Japan definitely needs a strong prime minister, someone that's not just going to capitulate and let China roll over them, because that's what they want to do. I mean, they're just China's prepping everywhere. I mean, I just read that they're moving into Nepal to kind of give them position against fighting India. They're flying planes around Taiwan. So they want to stake their claim everywhere they can. And it's like, so you're going to argue with communists about a 5,000-year-old like land claim? It's like, no, we need to start in the 1950s, or whenever the birthday of your country is. That's when you can start your land claims, and that's all post World War II. So I don't know. I don't know nothing about it. But we'll see how that goes. But I don't know. It could get ugly. Yeah. But yeah, everyone else is doing well. Yeah, we just got to get this election behind us. Actually, though, we got to get the election, the recount, the litigation, and then the riots based on the election results behind us. And then we'll be okay. Yeah, I don't know. So we'll see. Yeah, somebody, some podcast I was listening to said something funny about if Biden wins, CNN and MSNBC and like most of the cable news networks are going to just have to switch format. I don't know, they'll have nothing to cover if it's not, Trump, or maybe they'll cover Trump out of office, the pathetic ex-president. But wasn't he was talking before Trump won the nomination in 2016, he was talking about making like a cable network or something, a cable news network. So that'd be horrible. The Trump news would never stop if he had his own network, of course, pro-Trump. But yeah, I thought I remembered, yeah, that was going to be a thing when it didn't seem like people didn't have a lot of, didn't think, his bid was very serious. There was like Trump cable network talk. Wow, you can watch 24 hours of The Apprentice. Ugh. Yeah, we'll see. There's a little tiny soda can. Oh yeah, definitely. It's just in Asia in general, yeah, the bribery thing, because there's like a weird like gift giving. I think I've talked about this before, but you don't open a gift in front of somebody. That's the manners, the etiquette of gift giving. So in the West, like birthday or Christmas or whatever, wedding, baby showers or whatever related to, I guess wedding is the exception. You don't open those gifts, but you give somebody a gift and you say open mine, and you open it. They open it in front of you and then have a reaction, and then I hope that fits, or I hope that's what you wanted, or whatever. So that's part of what you pay for when you are buying somebody a gift, is that reaction and the gratification of you chose correctly, or you were thoughtful about the gift giving. But more often in Japan, and there's a lot of gift giving etiquette, you have to exchange small gifts for a lot of business and etiquette and formality reasons. So someone gives you a gift in certain situations, they meet with you and you have to return it. Give them a gift back, not the same one, but give them a gift back. At other times there's a lot of very kind of intricate etiquette to and some people are kind of some people in Japan are kind of letting that go, but very traditional, very formal. People will always be sending you small things, small tokens and gifts as just the etiquette of having met you and exchanging things. But so you don't open gifts in front of someone. So somebody gives you something, and then you just say thank you, and you put it aside, and it's supposed to be open later. But what that leaves you open to is, if there's a gift, there's just something in there, and then there's a bunch of cash, then it's understood, like you don't open it and see the cash and say, yeah, whatever you think I'm going to do for this money, I'm not doing. So you give somebody, you can hide a bunch of cash in a gift and be passing it to them, and it functions as the etiquette, and that is obviously the unspoken request of influence, or I'm going to come, then I'm going to tell you, I'll tell you at a later date what that money is for, or what you need to do for that money. So that's a little bit built in, and maybe that's just a weird, Western perspective. But when I was reading about kind of gift giving and stuff, traditions, it talked about that it kind of leaves you open to a bribery culture, because so much handing closed boxes back and forth. And also too, that's another interesting thing, is you don't hand money hand to hand. You don't hand someone money and your change at the convenience store or the cashier. They put it down. There's a little tray. So to pay, you put money in a tray. They pick it up. They put your change in the tray, and then you pick it up. So you don't hand money hand to hand. And I think that's because all money that's handed that way is for illegal reasons, for buying drugs or buying prostitutes or whatever. Like if you're handing someone money, you're probably doing something wrong. And so then in situations where you give kids money for their birthdays or New Year's, or you're just giving someone money that you owed them or whatever, you don't pull it out and hand it to them. You usually put it in an envelope. You like hide it, and sometimes you write the amount on the side of it so that it's kind of confirmed that you know how much is inside, and they can, without opening it, see that you're acknowledging you're paying back the $50 they owed you or whatever. But there's some etiquette that's probably based on a lot of kind of complicated culture and things, but a lot of concealed amounts of things can pass back and forth, so that makes bribery culture work a little bit easier. Hey Yom Nam, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, so I thought that was interesting. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I think Abe's got a lot of respect. I don't know if any of his like programs worked completely. I think Japan did better, less than stagnant. I mean, basically, Japan was in like minor deflation or stagnation for that whole time, where it just had a different prime minister every year, and he had his Abenomics and a little bit more aggressive economic policy, and he also was the one that raised the sales tax, or consumption tax they call it, and consumption tax here had been 5% forever, since the 90s, I think. I mean, just crazy low, where like sales tax in the US was 10-12% in some places. It was staying at 5%, and they wanted to go to 10, but that was maybe a little too shocking. So they did a half step of 8. So it was 8 for a few years, and then they kept delaying, and finally it went up to 10. And the strange part about that is it should be included in the price. Like how most sales tax is calculated after, it's like the price plus tax. Most of the prices that they list are tax included, but during the consumption tax increase, that started to get a little confusing. So prices were sometimes with tax, sometimes without, because the price jumped up so much, especially with 10%. It jumped up so much that maybe businesses didn't want to put that price, change things to 10% more overnight, so they stopped concealing it. Yeah. Oh, there was. Yeah, there's been. There was a suicide. I can't remember recently, but there was someone involved. I thought someone involved with the guy that escaped. I can't remember. Yeah, there was a politician. Somebody killed themselves. But there's been reality TV stars in Japan are not doing well. Just during the bad weather season, this first part of the year, 2 reality TV show cast members in Japan committed suicide. Two women, and I think it was because of like social media shaming or bullying or whatever. So that's so frustrating because reality's TV doesn't quite work in Japan, because I don't know. I mean, maybe in Japan they think professional wrestling is real too. Like it doesn't. You're not just like, people don't just do it for the fame and then try to make money, like writing a book or doing a TV show or something based on the fame. So they, if they get, if their image is kind of ruined, the stereotype, from samurai movies and things, someone killing themselves in shame for losing honor or losing face. That still kind of exists. Like if your perception of you has changed and people think you're a certain way, that your real personality, your real character is a certain way, that's very shameful. And some people think, their lives are over because their careers are ruined once they're depicted as, a cheating girlfriend or, some ugly type of, just ugly characterization. But it's reality television, so it's not real. It was kind of created in editing, or maybe created in a script. So that's really sad that you die from a fantasy created by a fake reality TV show. But that's happened twice now. Yeah. Yeah, really, really sad. Pressure is just, I don't know. It's just, they must have felt that their career just got out of control and their image was destroyed. So what's the point? They can't ever remedy that. but image for like pop stars and actors and things. I mean, they do the same stuff. They, you know, screw around and do drugs and are they do a lot of stuff that's not going to be acceptable to like their audience, their fan base. But you don't have to know about that. But the gossip magazines and media here are a little bit more like England. They're pretty aggressive and they like to tear people down. So they love to shatter those images. These companies work really hard that represent these the talent. They work really hard to preserve these images. They say that they're single. They're not married. They don't have a girlfriend or whatever. If that's the ideal version of them. But then those things come out eventually, and the tabloids love to take part in that, and ruin people's images. So I can't remember. I did hear about the there was some. There was a politician though, or somebody involved in an investigation, like just was dead in their hotel room. So we don't know what that was, and maybe it was not of his doing. Maybe it was somebody that didn't want him to continue whatever he was involved with. Yeah, he just became a dead end. Oh, man. I gotta drink more wine so I can draw wine bottles better. Yeah, I don't think we're doing this. But, yeah, it's been crazy. Yeah, right. Oh, they never would. So that's the crazy thing is CEOs in Japan don't get paid very much. I mean, they get paid okay. They make like six figures, but they don't get the $1 million bonuses and things. It's just because it's kind of shameful. I mean, I think like because the big Japanese companies come from what's it called, the zaibatsu, the old style kind of corporate structure where a company is a family, like it's made by a family. So that's why Honda and Toyota and those are family names. Suzuki, those are family names. Those are just it's like Smith cars and Jones cars. Those companies are originally based on family names, and so the family is what had control of that, and it's shameful to be so filthy rich or pay the who's leading your company insanely multi-million dollars for just doing his job, just making the company successful. So Japan is very amazed by the both how CEOs and professional athletes, and I guess actors too, have the same kind of thing. Actors make most of their money probably doing TV commercials. In Japan, they don't actually make that much money being actors. The pay is not very good, and the work is not, you're not treated like a, like a deity, or treated like you're working. And they'll push you pretty hard, and your schedule is pretty grueling because you're not special. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and I think part of like being rich, like you buy shamelessness, because I think only in America do they have the expression "fuck you money." Oh, he's got fuck you money. Like only in America is that the goal. Is just have enough money to just tell everybody to that you do not care at all what they think or what they say or what they want to do to you. I think that's a truly American type of thinking. And also too because it's I don't know, America is not great, especially new money. America is not great at creating dynasties, at creating like money that's going to last, because you have the next generation of kids that don't know how to do anything and they squander everything, or like maybe the grandchildren's generation just blows an entire family fortune that was built up because they don't do anything. They were raised not very incompetent. Yeah. It's a strange thing though, because maybe without the insane overcompensation of professional athletes, CEOs, and actors and singers, whatever, we wouldn't it would kind of kill that ambition, the American ambition. Someday that'll be me. Just like it's just like the lottery. It's like I have a chance. I always play my numbers because there's always a chance, and then I'm going to quit this job as soon as I win that. As soon as my numbers hit, I'm going to quit the job and tell my boss what I really think. That's the weird part of like what keeps, Americans doing what they do. So I wonder if you eliminated that. So that's the interesting part of Sony. Sony is an odd one. I don't think it's from most of because Sony is kind of new. They probably are like owned by a family, but I don't think it's the Sony family. Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, no, it was Sony's like relatively new for the 40s, relatively new, compared to like the 19th century companies, because most of those are heavy machinery manufacturing. So the Industrial Revolution kind of companies all have that family thing. Yeah, Sony is more new, but they are one of the most agile companies, and I think we're like one of the big players in the reconstruction of Japan. And they obviously, like Sony, I think was one of those companies where you could definitely see they were making just junk, like all of Asia decided they were going to start doing in the 60s, just making junk electronics to flood the Western markets. And Sony was one of the companies that realized, well, we can do cheap, throwaway things, or we could do the best transistor radio that's ever been built. And so their design and the quality of their design, they kind of chose quality over quantity, and designed those little AM/FM radios that were all over in the 60s and 70s in the U.S. And they built them so well that most of them are still working. I mean, it was like this deliberate choice to not do what was kind of standard business practice in the rest of Asia. And I think that's what separated. That's where Japan kind of pulled away, so that went into automotives, like electronics and both automotive design. They tried to kind of out-design the rest of the world and build a car that lasted longer. I mean, it was tiny, and it was cheaper because it was tiny, it was fuel efficient, but it lasted forever. So, or longer, longer than the competition. So that was like a deliberate choice. That's why, Japan had its success in the 80s, is because it benefited from all the hard work and the kind of choice to do things better. And that's why there's always kind of a luxury tax, a little bit of like a Sony tax or whatever. It's like the exact same television, but Sony's always a little bit more because they want to price themselves. They want to be seen as a more valuable brand, kind of like what Apple does. Like if you broke down the components of what's actually in a MacBook or whatever, it's, you take away the design and the brand, and you're paying a lot more for it, but you are paying for the brand and you're paying for the perceived value of Apple quality. But Sony does that as well. Right, because they're told. Well, I definitely think that America needs to do exactly what China did, but in the reverse. Instead of being communists that are propped up by capitalist money, they need to be capitalists that are propped up by socialist, support, like socialist programs and socialist safety nets. Because just bare capitalism is too brutal, and it creates too much homelessness and too much drug abuse and everything, and too much street crime as well. But if there's social programs that were like a support infrastructure of aggressive capitalism, kind of exactly what China is doing. So you're not going to be pure capitalists anymore because you can fail and you can still be okay. Just the same way that communists, that's not communism. if you're using that aggressive style of kind of market positioning and trading with other countries, you're not communist. And if you basically have a slave class of your population that you're benefiting from their cheap and sometimes involuntary labor, you're not communist. So America just needs to figure that out. That's the success of China, is they're just faking it. They're like, we got this strong, the strong ruling body, but we are aggressively capitalist. And America should take over the same. Hey, Hazmat, good to see you. Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, some kind of combination is needed, but it's gonna be hard to negotiate. I don't think there's too many forces in America unwilling to rebuild any of that or support people. They'd rather just hand out checks than actually build programs that are gonna protect people. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see, and it's not gonna happen for a long time if it does. Yeah, I wonder though if that would involve an even uglier like ruling class in the U.S. though. I don't know. I would be curious to see if because yeah, I don't know, if you're going to create a lot of very protective, very supportive social programs, then there's going to be people that it might create an even bigger separation between the haves and have-nots, and it'll also kill so much ambition in the U.S. Yeah, and I guess if that money isn't there, so that's the thing. Like talking to people that do research, everyone is envious of how things go in the U.S. because there's just so much money being thrown around by scientific research, drug research, and things, and compared to other places that are struggling, like Japan, the money comes from the government. It's very small, and I'm talking about like a university level, like academic stuff. So it's all grants from the government, and you have to go sit in front of a bunch of ancient bureaucrats and prove that your research is worthwhile, and then you just get a little bit of money. It's nothing compared to the amounts of grant money and things that are thrown around in the U.S. So that's why a lot of people head to the U.S. to do research, because there's so much available. I guess that's why everybody heads to the U.S., because whatever you do, there could be so much more money available to do it. You'll be paid more as a doctor, or paid more as a auto mechanic, or whatever. But everything is based on that ambition. So yeah, it's very frustrating. So people are doing really amazing research in other countries, but they just don't have the same funding. So they have really humble, small labs and things. And it's when they have international meetings, it's really frustrating to see what their American counterparts are up to, and the scale that they are able to do things at. So yeah, I don't know. But if you took away any of that, it might hurt a lot. I don't know. We won't know until we try, I guess. We won't know until it completely fails, is the problem. I hope everyone's doing good. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. Ugh. Well, yeah, I was so surprised. That was one of the most depressing things, as that it was just a photo, and I think I keep talking about this over and over. It was just a photo of the sign outside the like the ballroom, or the meeting room at the luxury hotel for the Jared Kushner led program seeking Chinese investment in New Jersey. And it's like, you invest in over whatever, couple million whatever dollars in New Jersey real estate, and you get a green card. Like, you basically buy your alien residency just by paying, supporting whatever real estate scam they had going. And I saw that and I'm like, wow, that's the president's son-in-law. Whoa, we're fucked. That was really depressing. Yeah, but the Biden's son, blood, relative blood, fruit of his loins is not any better in that respect. That's crazy. Yeah, you got to get those sons out there working the scam, or paying, getting the Money for the access. Yeah, my dad. Let me talk to my dad. Ugh. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see once Trump is out of office, um, if people are really going to go after him, like if he'll have made enough enemies, and now that he doesn't have the position, and also that a couple of times they've said that thing where a sitting president, like you can't prosecute a sitting president, like Trump has used that defense in a couple of situations where it's like, yeah, that's pretty bad, but yeah, while I'm president, you can't you can't go after me for that. Uh, yeah, but I think probably his whole career though, that's all it's been is just constant lawsuits, because that's like doing business in America. It's just as soon as you get big enough, then you're just targeted. So maybe that's not going to be. It would be miserable for anybody else. Any other ex-president would be miserable, but that's like probably the world he was in before public office. Yikes. My dad works at Nintendo. Awesome. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, because you can pay for better defense. That's true, Yum. You can always, but yeah, and that's the thing that's so that yeah, that they're not talking about with any of this, like the current situation with protesters and people being arrested and stuff, is yeah, that if you don't have any money and you go into the system, you could really be screwed depending on what the local atmosphere is. Yeah. uh, but yeah, that's the I forget where that had just come up. Oh, I tried to start watching Billions. Oof. Yeah, I am not capitalist enough to enjoy that show. Yeah, the first episode I liked how, I mean, it was a good hook, and I think they did a good job of bringing you into like the characters and how things were set up. But I cannot make it through those scenes where they're in the meetings, the Axelrod what investment or whatever fund, the finance company, where they're sitting around the table and using all the youth, like all the locker room talk euphemisms of like what you got to do to get that money, and like I can't, this is so, I can't believe actors like actually see that written on a page and like, oh my god, I've got to say this, because a lot of them can't can't deliver those lines. It's, I guess and it may be the whole thing, maybe just based on Wolf of Wall Street kind of, they're trying to create that kind of atmosphere, so maybe that's why it's so miserable. But yeah, it's really cringy in like just a really weird way. So yeah, kind of like the other thing that reminds me of that is in the Bourne Identity movies, when they have the little command center and like somebody's yelling commands at all of these techs on PCs, and they're like the lines that they're delivering are about the strategy. Let's break it up into boxes, and all this like nonsense lingo that even if people actually use that, it sounds really cringy. So yeah, I can't make it through that stuff. So I'm curious, because they set up a nice, like the state's attorney or the U.S. attorney against people cheating on Wall Street, and so that was a good tension. But I can't stand it. I can't make it through. uh, oh yeah. uh, mm, yeah, crazy. But yeah, so I gotta find a show. I gotta find something to get into. If anybody has any recommendations, I'm on the last, or I'm in the third season of Dark, which I thought was pretty good, but it's hard to. So like, what is it? Narcos. I like that a lot, but I can't. I need to be able to like work and watch it, like be able to be distracted and not be reading subtitles. So I can't. I can't casually watch Narcos very easily because of all the subtitles, all the Spanish, and same with Dark. You know, I can't follow the German when I'm not looking at the subtitles, so I can't. And that story's so intricate. If literally, if you miss like a single line of some translation, you're just like, wait, what? You totally, because a lot of like big turns and a big. I think I was saying that before, that the most common line in that series is someone meets somebody and says, "I'm you," because it's all time travel. So you meet yourself constantly, kind of Back to the Future 2 style. So you that's a really common line. So there's a lot of reveals of who characters actually are happen, and if you miss any of that, you're totally lost. So what's in the box? I don't know. I keep drawing boxes, but I don't know what. Yeah, Dark is hard. Yeah, right. It's already a very complicated story. Like even if I spoke German, I think it would be hard to follow. Yeah, but I like what they did, like how they expanded. I think the writing of the show, because after the first season, I'm like, okay, where the hell are they going to go? Where could they possibly go from here? But they just kept, like, it just kept widening and widening, and they kept adding, another timeline, another group of timelines, or another whatever 33 years or whatever jump, and I liked that. But yeah, reading it with subtitles or watching it with subtitles, you gotta be 100% focused on it, and for 10 hours, whatever, how long a season was, that's hard. For a 2 hour movie, that's fine. But for I guess 3 seasons, so like 30 hours or however many episodes, that's a lot of concentrating on reading. Yeah, yeah. I was really surprised by it. A lot of people had recommended it, and for some reason the uh, like posters and stuff just felt a little too like Stranger Things, or something, or like from the Loop. Uh, I was feeling like, oh, this is going to be just like the same thing, and then it's in German too, so I just kept not trying. But it hooks you pretty fast because yeah, it's strange, and it doesn't stop being strange. It just gets weirder and weirder. So yeah, that's pretty fun. Yeah, and better than, like, I think Dark did a better version of expanding the original premise than something like Westworld did. By season 2 of Westworld, I gave up on that. That was just nonsense and silly. And I didn't even bother with season 3 because of the I don't know what they're doing with season 3. Just everyone's or I guess no, half of the people out of, and that, yeah, it's just nonsense. Like, it just, that's when you lose faith in the writing, and just like, yeah, you don't know what you're doing, and you are probably even, you've outwitted yourself already, and you're not going to be able to recover. Yeah, I don't know, because anything that they're asking you to like watch multiple times to try to figure out connections and things, if they're not going to make it clear, even if the structure is incredibly complicated, or what they're doing is incredibly complicated, if they're not going to make it clear enough on a first watching, then it doesn't matter. I don't want to watch YouTube videos explaining what is actually happening on a show. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It really was. Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I'll sit on the phone with you, and you just speed interpret the Spanish to me on the phone. That would be much more enjoyable. Yeah, I think there might be a dub. There might be like an English dub on the Japanese version. Maybe not, but I hate that too. I think Dark has an English dub as well, but those are usually horrible. Like because they do them pretty cheaply, so it's not yeah, big voice actors. Yeah, and I that was fun. The time thing that they did with Westworld, because that's a real obvious thing to do, because the hosts are not going to age, so you can have many scenes in a row of the host looking exactly the same, but they can be at any time, because the people would age and people would die and like events happened, but the host could remain the same, especially because they could just, even if they were killed, they can be rebuilt. So that's a very obvious like fun thing to do with that. But then they just didn't give that up. Oh, Legion. I'll have to check that out. No, I've heard people say good things about Legion too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know. And I watched what, Umbrella Academy. I love the comic. Like I really like the Umbrella Academy comics, and for some reason I wasn't crazy about the casting, and the tone of the TV series is just okay, because the comics are very stylized, so I enjoyed the art a lot. Oh, what am I doing? But yeah, the show just doesn't. It's got there's something else going on there. I don't know. Hmm. But yeah, I'll find something. Hopefully there'll be some movies coming out eventually. Oh, I saw that the in theaters only little teaser trailer for Dune, or there was a Dune trailer that got leaked. Somebody like cammed a teaser trailer or something in a theater, or I don't know, maybe it was a press event or something. But yeah, I'm interested in that. It looks very like where the and we haven't seen all that much of it. We've mostly seen just in the desert. But it looks like they're not going to do the Baroque kind of like heavily designed, because the David Lynch one had incredible art direction and like set design and stuff. And this looks much more rough. Like everything is going to be not. I don't know, but I'm not sure. We haven't seen any ships. We haven't seen anything yet, so I can't say. And maybe none of that's not done yet or whatever. Because they said they took like 2 years or whatever just to design the sandworm, like their version of the sandworm. So maybe a lot of the post stuff isn't done yet. That's right. There was samurai. Yeah, the one guy in our game group was like, "Season 2 is the best because of the samurai world." Yeah, yeah. And it was I don't know. I mean, that was a little weird because spaghetti westerns are basically just Kurosawa movies. Just like Yojimbo and all of the Kurosawa samurai movies made by cheap Italian production. So all of the like the Clint Eastwood stuff, the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and Fistful of Dollars, and all of those classic Man with No Name, that they're just remakes. And so it's weird that the samurai world is just reenacting the cowboy world. That was very odd. It was a funny like switch. So that felt a little odd. But yeah, well, it was okay. Yeah, they did okay, and they had good Japanese. They hired good Japanese actors for it. They're actually Japanese people, not Asian Americans trained to speak Japanese. But yeah, that was done okay. But it was funny that it was like the same. The characters had equivalents in the two worlds. I mean, which is funny because that's kind of the opposite. Like westerns are based on, yeah, I don't know. That's very funny. That's right. Yes, the wobble zoom. That's true. uh, yeah, it's really funny. It's depressing though, the like the really classic Japanese films, because the studio system is so heavy-handed, and I guess a little bit of that is true, like more in the 50s in America. But most of the really amazing like auteur directors of Japan, like they had to just crank out movies. I mean, they were basically like working it was like a B movie system where they had low budgets and just go, 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 just keep cranking on these movies. So the fact that they could even make anything with any sort of artistic value or anything is amazing, and that they weren't appreciated at the time. They were just one in a series of, stuff they got to fill the theater with. So that's really, amazing that I don't think, till the end, like Kurosawa, not till the end of his career had respect and had, when he was doing a production, it was like, whoa, this is, let's fund this well because he's gotten, international recognition and things. But that's, when he's in his 80s or whatever, the end of his life. But yeah, that's a shame because everyone is just working in a really rough studio system where they didn't get a lot of creative freedom or anything compared to, the US. But yeah, I don't know. It's the same here with actors too. Like you don't get treated like a superstar the same way. But it is funny. I forget what it's called, but the Japanese, equivalent of the Academy Awards in Japan, it's so small. Like there's like 10 tables because there's not that many people, and everybody that goes wins something because the group is so small. The industry is so small. There's not a lot of actors, and that's why you, especially for dubs, you hear the same people's voices over and over again. Like the guy that does the villain always does that voice, and the guy that does the hero always does that voice. So like Jack Bauer and any Harrison Ford character, and they all have the same dub, voice actor dub. But yeah, movies are kind of like that too. You see the same people again and again. Plus whoever's hot at the time, pop star singer in the lead role of the young hero. And they usually can't act. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I love those old... Yeah, that was one of the most amazing experiences when I was in university. So the auditorium, the lecture hall kind of auditorium in the school. So the school was behind the art museum in Chicago. And so they had just one auditorium that was the lecture hall, but also the movie theater. So they would show, art house movies or things that, for different assignments or whatever, they would screen things. And so you could go to those all of the time. And I was waiting for just a basic art, 101 survey class my first year that I was there. And the booth, while we were just sitting waiting for the professor to show up, the booth was just running this reel of Jackie Chan trailers. So it was, Project A and all of the really Drunken Master, all the really awesome stuff, all spliced together. So it was just while we were waiting, there was just this 15 minutes of trailers for Jackie Chan movies. And I was like, this is amazing, because I hadn't had any exposure. Maybe seen a little. I'd probably only seen Bruce Lee and some of the, nothing that intense, and it wasn't, that stuff really wasn't as available on the UHF channels. It was more monster movies. I grew up with more monster movies than chopsaki kung fu stuff. So I'd only probably seen Bruce Lee movies. So seeing Jackie Chan and the stunts, the level of stunts in some of those movies, and the trailers, they put all of the most insane stunts, because you can watch those many, many, many times. But yeah, his old stuff is just insane. It's just amazing. And I was just blown away by seeing those all in a row. It's I have to find these movies. I have to go. And they were doing a festival, a Jackie Chan film festival. So I got a chance to see a lot of stuff. But yeah, that just blew me away how intense the the stunt work was in those movies. So I was hooked immediately, and then started getting into, because a lot of the art houses would show the real kind of classic, crazy, kind of the stuff that Street Fighter is based on, Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, those tournaments of death, where the fighters go to face each other off. I can't think of any of the, but a lot of really, really crazy gimmick titles. So I saw a lot of that stuff in school in Chicago in the 90s. Yeah, all the art houses were full of it because it's all stuff from the 70s, basically, I think. Yeah, it was like 70s and maybe a little 80s. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing too is uh, yeah, the humor, especially like Drunken Master and stuff. The humor of that plus the physicality is just amazing, and not you never saw that before. I mean, I think that was a very new kind of combination, or maybe new to Western audiences. That might have been a kind of standard Hong Kong gimmick, but yeah. Yeah, but then the later, even though there were good stunts and things, the later Jackie Chan movies I kind of fell off. I really like his early stuff, the early rough stuff, and then when they got better budgets and they're all like shot in Australia or whatever, and you have those giant white guys as the thugs and stuff, you just felt the choreography a little bit more, and the guys are a little bit slower. You know, the big white guys are a little bit slower, so not as fun to watch. But yeah, yeah. Those are some, and they're on Japanese Netflix too. So my daughter was watching. I think we watched Project A. Yeah, the I forget, but yeah, a bunch of those were on, and yeah, she loved the humor of them right away. Like the just the crazy, like it with like an entire restaurant or entire bar is fighting at the same time. She thought that was great. So it still holds up. That's amazing. I mean, that's quite a feat in this day and age to when you've got, you know, thousands of computer generated orcs or whatever fighting each other. You know, the real thing still, you still get it. It still comes across. And even though, I mean, those movies are very poorly preserved too. I think the prints of some of those old Jackie Chan movies are just, there's not a good copy of them. And maybe in the US they lost they may be a like public domain. I don't know if anybody owns the rights to them, because you saw them a lot, like in the VHS, the cheap VHS craze. You could get a lot of Jackie Chan stuff, and DVDs too. You can get a lot of really cheap old stuff, but you know, terrible quality. Probably dubs of VHS masters. But yeah, some good stuff. Yeah, but I was really a big fan of the Blind Samurai, the Zatoichi movies. The Katsushin Taro was awesome in those, because he's not a very, like, you know, he doesn't look super heroic. Like, he's a little chubby and a little clumsy, and that had always had a little bit of humor in it, because he never felt like the leading man type, even though he did, you know, movies in Japan where he played that kind of character, the blind swordsman, and that was the first. I think that's like all over Star Wars and everything now. But he had the sword cane, so he had a hidden. He was a blind man, a blind masseuse that just traveled around, and that's a common thing. Like the blind to make a living would just be a masseuse, but he's actually like former yakuza, and so he's a highly trained swordsman, and his sword is hidden in a I think they called it his cane sword. So it's his cane, his walking stick, his cane, but he draws it underhand. He draws it, you know, this way as a sword. And so then Star Wars, so many Jedi and everything are all of a sudden underhand blade masters, I think, because of that style. But it was like really fast, quick action, like fights. You know, he'd be like surrounded by people and the fight is over in like 10 seconds, like really quick showdowns with that. So the flashing cane sword, but those are really good. Yeah, Zatoichi is awesome. Yeah, if you can find any of those, I think maybe Criterion Collection did that. If you've ever seen the Book of Eli, that Denzel Washington movie, he's kind of playing Zatoichi. Like, that's like an update of that, like a post-apocalyptic version of that. So he's got like a machete or something. Like, he has a big blade, but the fights are played that same way. So he, you know, he just like, he's blind and he just like knows where everybody is just based on whatever heartbeats and breathing and whatever, and just like quickly takes down an entire group. So that was really, yeah, really common style. Yeah, so they made like 25, I think there's like 25 original like 60s and 70s Zatoichi movies, or those are just in the 60s. By the 70s there was a TV show, and he was getting a little older a little chubbier and more gray. But yeah, the original story is really heartbreaking because, and it's kind of, it's the continuing adventure, so it's episodic, but there's a chronology. Like he starts out younger, and is kind of is betrayed by his master, and is just kind of left to wander. So he's kind of this this secret wandering samurai who's shameful, who's has a lot of shame because he used to be, basically Yakuza, used to be a criminal, and now is masterless and just wandering, doing good deeds. But the structures of the movies, it's very, Japanese style, because the structures of the movies are always the same. At the beginning, there's this inciting incident where a village has been ransacked or something. Somebody's dying, somebody who's been attacked or robbed, and he talks to them, and they're like a quest giver, and they give him his mission for the movie. And so that's a very common setup. But the stories are very fun and interesting. So he's always confronting a big bad guy at the end. And because he's blind, he'll go into gambling parlors, and nobody knows he's like former, his criminal background. So they just think some foolish, old blind guy has walked into and so there's always a scene of him cheating at gambling, or like, kind of, what's it called? Like sharking, like, tricking an entire room out of all of their money, based on the fact that because the gimmick is, so it's dice in a cup, and you're betting even and odd, and he is rolling the dice, and he intentionally leaves one outside of the cup so everybody sees it, and they know the dice are outside of the cup, so they think the blind man just doesn't know that, and they bet against him, and then Well, the other gimmick is he can hear what the dice results are. Somehow when he rolls, he knows exactly what the result is going to be, and so that's always a gimmick for him to make money. But yeah, they're good old 60s Japanese movies. No, I don't think I've run into any, or maybe I've seen like a couple of cars or whatever, but yeah, it's mostly not in this area so much. But I've heard a lot of stories. Sorry. That is a piece of chocolate. Mm. Mm. I've heard a lot of stories and scams that used to go on. Maybe not so common anymore. And maybe they've moved on to the internet and things. It's probably easier to do it on the internet than it is in real life. But also a lot of Yakuza things have become so woven into kind of like real estate development in the 80s in New York. You're going to be dealing with the mafia at some point, at some level of building a building. But it's the same kind of thing here, that they've legitimized themselves in some ways, that you'll be dealing with a company and you won't know that it's actually Yakuza run until they screw you over, until they steal something or rip you off or whatever. And there's not much you can do about it at that point. But there's a few situations, like everybody has, because a lot of families in Japan have kind of a family business, like family money that's invested. So they own property like apartment buildings or parking garages or something, or vending machines or something to make money. It's an investment to make money. And they'll run into some competing thing that turns out to be Yakuza, and you just don't want to deal with it. So people just usually, instead of having their apartment building windows smashed or their vending machines, tipped over, they just get out of it. They just sell off or whatever, because it's very very difficult to deal. If they want something, they're gonna be very persuasive, and so I heard of a little bit of that, but nothing like recently. So who knows? I did hear, though, there's a tradition, and it happened. The story that I heard is that it happened accidentally. At first, the first time that it happened was a pure accident, and some local kids from an international school were trick-or-treating, and nobody trick-or-treats here. So it's not a thing. But at an international school, some kids were dressed in costumes, and they were going to the local neighborhood houses, and maybe, as like a, you know, culture thing or whatever, or to show that the school was kind of part of the community. So these international school kids were dressed in Halloween costumes and were going to houses around the school, and one of the houses happened to be like a Yakuza family house, like one of the big families. And they rang the doorbell and asked for candy. And they did it. Like, they gave them, like, they're like, oh, this is funny. And so they gave them something. I think the first time they just gave them a bunch of money or something. Like, they gave them a lot of, they didn't have any candy. So they gave them something very expensive or very worthwhile. And so then then it just became this tradition. So they opened their house to that every year, and invited not only that school's kids, but like all the kids to come to this house, and they'll give them some treats or some snack or something, but something very nice. And so the local government just recently, like in the last few years, said, yeah, you're not going to do that anymore because it's making you guys look good. To make you guys look kind and a nice part of the neighborhood and charitable, and we don't want to do that. So there was some pressure for them to stop doing that, but it was like, it went on for quite a while, but just started as an accident. A brick of cocaine. Yeah, the kids were really happy after that. They all got 8 balls. Yeah. Sorry, I apologize for eating. I'm starting to get a little lunch hungry. All right. But yeah, so that's I've only heard stories. Haven't had to deal with any, which is good. I mean, especially as a foreigner, you don't want to have to deal with any of that. And maybe they don't want to deal with foreigners as well, because a foreigner can always just leave the country, just get out of town. Much easier. They probably have somewhere else to go, so it's not worthwhile. I mean, they mostly benefit, just like all organized crime, on you not wanting to, them to get into your life and get into your family or harass you at your home or whatever. So I don't know. And a lot of the what I've heard, and more recently, is a lot of the Yakuza is like half Korean, so it's losing its like very older Japanese roots, because it was one of the few ways that either people fleeing Korea for whatever reasons could come to Japan and get work, is you could work for the Yakuza. So I think there's a lot of Korean now in Japanese Yakuza, from what I've heard. And so there's then of course that's a dispute of legitimacy, and some of the families have kind of fractured because of that. But I'm not an expert. There's a lot of people that are super obsessed with Yakuza movies and the culture here. But yeah, I just know they have that kind of stalemate, with the police. If they only kill each other, then the police don't get involved. But if there's like gunfire on the streets or real public death, executions or whatever, that disturbs the general public, then the local government's going to have the police crack down on them. So they have to be kind of careful about that. How they, when they act against each other, they have to do it in a way where nobody else is involved, and it doesn't have such a horrible like public consequence, where people don't get really freaked out by it, and that kind of keeps them safe. Because I think I talked about before, they really, like, when after the war, when Japan was during the kind of rebuilding, reconstruction era, the only authority, or the main authority, was going to be British and American military police, and no Japanese people wanted to deal with that. So if something happened, somebody stole something, or something, you were a victim of some crime during that time, which was probably not rare because people were desperate, your option was to go to a military, like basically an occupying military force that was helping you rebuild your country, or Japanese. And the Japanese were usually Yakuza. So just like Italian immigrants in the US, when something happens to you and you don't have any place, you can't go to the police, you go to the your kind of local authority, which would be the Yakuza. So they served an important role and kind of helped a lot with normalizing people's lives. after the war, and so there's a strange relationship, and they have a function, like they had a useful function in society at a certain time. So I think that's why they don't get completely wiped out, like they're not as aggressively pursued like like how the FBI pursues the mafia in the U.S. So I don't know. It's different. Nice. Yeah, that's what I do. It has to be on the day of their daughter's wedding, though. I can ask a favor. Yeah, but that Halloween story is very funny, and they right away knew that it would be a good. It's good PR for them, so they let it happen. Sorry. All right. Yeah, but I'm sure if you need drugs, like that's the place to go. Like you definitely the only or the best drug trade is probably Yakuza based, because if they can yeah, it's funny because everything is so close to Japan. Like when you not until you like see it on a map do you realize like China is right there, Korea is right there, Taiwan is right there. Like everything is really, really close. And Southeast Asia is right there. So I think that's part of the strictness, like why Japan is so strict about everything, because it's so easy to have a lot of foreign influence here, because there's just a lot of very different countries with very different laws, like right across the water. Like, a terrible boat couldn't get you, a very simple boat could get you from here to there. It doesn't take much. All right, well, I don't know what I'm drawing here. Little boxes or little cake. And maybe something that would work. But hey, Nix, how's it going? Oh yeah, there was an early before I had started the stream. There was an early visitor on on Twitch that didn't know what to make. I guess, yeah, I didn't even think, because the starting soon is it just says domestic abuse really big. So if you have no idea that this is a cartoon stream, then that must seem pretty strange. But yeah, so that was the that was the initial the first person on stream, because Joe chimed in and said hello and be right back, and then on Twitch somebody showed up with a big question mark above their head. All right, what am I drawing here? Let's see. Wow, so I have two very undeveloped. Yeah, I had ice cream on the brain talking about Baskin Robbins. But you have to look at more art streams and see what people are doing. I think people are just like, they're doing their work, or they're doing their, either their personal work or professional work on stream. And I guess I'm kind of doing that too, but I wonder if anybody is yeah, just doing something so time based, because these go up, these cartoons go up right away as soon as I'm done. It's very odd. I think a lot of people probably stream and then sell what they draw, because that was the thing that I saw. That was a while ago, but yeah, somebody just like they do a daily drawing and then they put it on Etsy or something. So that was kind of their art business. Is you could watch the drawing be done, and then maybe that, kind of like an auction or whatever, it builds people's interest in it. If you watch the whole thing being drawn, then you can own it. That's a pretty good gimmick. Sorry. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit blurry between, because there's a lot of Korean control of things. So a lot of gambling, like the pachinko parlor, the gambling, slots and pachinko here, have a lot of Korean influence. Like that's how a lot of people, kind of like um, an immigrant group has a certain business, like dry cleaning or convenience stores or whatever that they get into. A lot of the gambling ended up being Korean, but I think that's because of the connection, the illegal connection. So I don't know. I mean, all I know is that the Yakuza has infiltrated very legitimate. Like they've set up a lot of very legitimate business. They're trying to be as legit as possible, but that also means that if they get into an advantage or have a situation where they can just take money from you, they will. So you can end up dealing with a contractor or construction company that's actually Yakuza owned, and then or includes part ownership or whatever, and then you've got a job site where things are disappearing from. People are reselling your copper, or whatever, and anything that's going in and out of the job site, they could be pulling some shenanigans. So that's as far as I know, is that you just have to be careful because they've infiltrated a lot of kinds of businesses that seem very legit. Like you wouldn't have any reason to suspect that they were Yakuza run or owned. And it's actually a really negative thing. There's still a big stigma because there are pictures, like some comedians, like a few years ago, a couple of famous young comedians got in trouble because they were hired by someone to do a party and perform at a party, and they didn't know it was Yakuza, and then they took photos with these guys. I mean, by how the guys were dressed, they maybe could have figured it out, or maybe they knew, but they were claiming ignorance, and they had photos with these guys, and then immediately their representation dropped them, and they were just, blackballed because they had, worked for Yakuza. So, yeah. Yeah. They dropped it. I get a lot of that on Twitch. People dropping in. What's this all about? Oh, okay, I don't know. But and it's mostly when just that title card is up. But yeah, I'm sure there's some weird times when I'm complaining about something or going on about some Japanese culture thing. I'm sure dropping in on this stream is a little weird at times. People don't know exactly what's happening. All right. So many cakes of many sizes. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling any of this here. Oh, but let's see. Yeah, I guess I'll keep drawing until something sticks. I gotta draw something less generic, I think. Like this is almost a jar of something, but I don't know. Yeah, but it's good to see people in the chat. It's every week I'm always curious. Is this the last week of having people to talk to? Yeah, it's weird. The internet is such a mysterious thing because I only interact with you guys once a week, so I'm always curious how everybody's life is going and day is going, and if they have time to be online. But yeah, it's really it's a funny thing. All right, so a can of frosting. What am I doing here? Oh, that's too big. Yeah, but this is a really nice way to do these cartoons, to draw, because less isolated. I think the ideas end up being so much better when I hear people reacting to them as they're happening. And also the inspiration, the writing part of it. That's so huge, because that changes things for me completely. Such a nice outside my head view of what's going on. That doesn't look like anything. Yeah. Yeah, right. If they're watching this stream, I'm screwed. Yeah, but I think just like organized crime in a lot of countries, it's lost its influence unless they've maintained kind of a digital presence. They're like trying to get credit cards and bank account numbers online or something. I don't know if they're as powerful as they used to be. And also the way that law enforcement has manipulated, like once everybody gets into dealing drugs, then because of the penalties for drug possession or sales are so high, they can pressure people then to give up their higher ups, turn state's evidence or whatever. Just testify against the organization. Like every like every Scorsese movie. Yeah, what did I watch? Oh yeah, there was the Sopranos rewatch, where they what's it called? I completely forgot there's a part of the when they were trying, like in the 90s, when they're trying the mafia, where they have to get them to admit that a mafia exists, because that's the thing about the mafia, is that it doesn't exist. It's what are you talking about? It's not a thing. There's no such thing. It's protected in that way. And so the big thing that the FBI wants is somebody high up in the organization to say that they were a member of this criminal organization. Yeah, that was the end of the last season of Sopranos. So a little variation here, just not the same object again and again. I knew you were bored, Yum. Yeah. I can't imagine that, yeah. Yeah, things have been really unpredictable, and everyone right now is relying on internet so much. I wonder if there's been a lot more outages than usual, because I think people are doing a lot more streaming and a lot more everything now, being stuck at home more. So I wonder what if that's going to change anything, if they're going to figure out how to charge differently or whatever based on this new use pattern. It's a little, I think I'm drawing too small, because the details are a little rough. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I really enjoy the chat. It's really nice. Yeah, and I hope this is I hope this stream is something that can be kind of regular and a little bit comforting, because it's always around, not exactly the same time every week, but it's always around. Yeah, so I hope there's some some benefit to that. I think any kind of regularity is good now. Alright. Yeah, this is not going anywhere. And I keep drawing on the same layer. But okay, let's try ice cream. Something in the ice cream. Yeah, usually this summer it's all, whoops, ice cream and popsicle jokes. I think I've got a lot. I probably could do a whole book of just ice cream jokes. Maybe I'll do that in the coloring. Oh, wait. Let's see. So, up one. Where is this? There it goes. All right. So where is this? Down here. Yeah, maybe I say ice cream and now I'm drawing ice cream jokes. All right. Let's get rid of some of this. Oh, I was on the wrong layer. That's why that didn't work. Okay, yeah, maybe just oops, cup versus cone. All right. Oh, then I should put something, yeah. Or like that. Or maybe, yeah, actually, maybe the other side. Oh, nice. Well, that's the one thing you'll never catch me doing is trying too hard. Yeah, yeah. I think a nice kind of mellow hang is fun. I think, yeah, any streamers that I've ever watched for any amount of time, that's usually it. Not trying to you know, come off a certain way or have a certain gimmick, but yeah, that's good. Well, thank you, Yum. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, something. Yeah, that's not right either. It should be more like a circle with a dent in it, maybe like this, and some melting. Yeah, I guess the I don't know, the volume is not. I guess for melting that works. There's something odd about it. Okay. And try to make these look the same size. But yeah, I can't tell what's going on here as far as the bad weather and like number of infections and things, because it just doesn't seem to stop. It just yeah, keeps kind of, it's just moving around. And that was the thing, we just had kind of it's not a holiday, it's not like a government holiday, but it's the holiday where a lot of people travel, the Obon, the kind of Day of the Dead for Japan. So a lot of people traveled during that time, even though there was requests not to. Oh geez, yeah, drawing on the wrong layer. Even though, you know, they requested not to, there was a lot of people moving around during that time. So that may just be the fallout of that, is people went places when they shouldn't have. Oh, and that was, it happened in July, but I just saw they just issued the ban. There was a family, a military family, at one of the military bases that kind of snuck into. They lied about their destination or whatever, and they snuck into one of the bases, and 3 of the 4 family members had the infection, had the bad weather infection. They tested positive, and that was in July, so Japan was in still pretty big lockdown, and yeah, so they were just, you know, I think they could do whatever they wanted, and so now there's like, they got a 10-year ban or something from bases in like the entire country, so they can't visit any military bases. So I don't know how that affects. That only affects the family. Like, how does that affect the actual soldier, because they have to report to where they report to. So yeah, I don't know how a government can ban you from where you're stationed, but that's what they did. Yeah, there's like a 10-year ban on that family for cheating during the lockdown, which is just lovely. That's the one, yeah, kind of strange feeling about that part of Japan, because it's so occupied by American military bases. It's like, you know, 2 worlds at the same time, and you know, you get into trouble and you can just head back to base and you don't have to deal with local authorities. It kind of puts them in a weakened position. But I even noticed that like in San Diego, you know, when the ships come in, when the Navy ships come in and the guys have R&R, it's like, yeah, there's going to be a bunch of fistfights and drunken brawls, and the locals are going to suffer because they're going to have to deal with the police, and then you just get back on your boat. And maybe, depending on what you did, maybe there's some consequences, but yeah, that's not a fair fight when you're not both going to jail. All right. Oh no, what's going on here? Nice. Seriously? Oh wow, that's really funny. Wow. Yeah, that's really funny. Yeah, I was surprised. What was that? I think somebody was trying to shame, like somebody did a YouTube video where they're trying to shame some Twitch streamers, and yeah, showed a bunch of clips of streamers like complaining about donations. That's insane. That's like aggressive panhandling, you know, like when you get somebody up on the street that is asking you for money and then like interrogates you. Well, so why aren't you giving me anything, and why they're a bad, you know, you suddenly become a bad person and their enemy. But yeah, I don't know. It's a funny culture. And oh yeah, and that's the other thing was the some, I don't know if it was a Vice piece or something, where it was talking to a bunch of streamers that started OnlyFans, and oh yeah, it's so much more money, and it's so much better, so many less hours, and so much better than streaming. It's like, yeah, because you're making porn. Like, of course there's a bigger market for it, and people are going to pay more for it than reacting to memes in a tank top or whatever. But yeah, it's so funny. The people's current thinking is really really amazing. Mm, nice, nice. Yeah, thanks, Joe. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, I was thinking though how much easier that must be just to game, just to stream a game, because that eats up so much time, and you've streamed hours and hours before you even realize it, because games are such time sinks. So I can see why that matches, and how like doing something like actually doing artwork or whatever is it's a lot more like it. You're focusing a lot more and trying to actually produce something, or trying to actually be thoughtful instead of just talking and messing around in a game. So it's not very compatible. I don't think the two types are very compatible, but it's funny. Yeah, it's funny what people are doing, and I'm still so impressed. So Dolly, right before she left Japan, had a bunch of stuff she wanted to finish up because she had to pack all of her supplies up. So she did a 9 hour stream of just all the like last minute sewing and whatever. I think there was a project she wanted to finish. So what she wanted to finish before she left Japan, I was like, damn! I saw that on YouTube that she would stream for 9 hours. I feel like such an amateur now, but yeah. Oh yeah, and she just moved to she immediately when she moved back, she moved in with her mom, and then found an apartment, and showed a little bit of a video on Facebook, and oh my god, that's amazing. I really miss. I mean, yeah, that would be wonderful. Apartments and houses in Europe are so beautiful, and I guess it's just they're so not Japanese. Like Japanese houses are very beautiful, but they're also very Japanese. And it's funny too, because some Japanese people will try to do like a knockoff, European style, like you see like Italian like villa style, clay tile roofs, and then also like kind of German or Swiss style houses with the cross beam, the wood on the outside, and but they're all like simulations, so it looks like a bad Disney World uh, you know land or whatever. So yeah, especially this area, because I think a lot of people retired from like the big city out here, and they built their retirement castles, and there are all these strange European like simulations, but they're not quite, they're kind of yeah, they just have that Disney feel to them. They feel very artificial, and just like one side is that style, and the rest of it is just like a very bland standard house. But yeah, a lot of people have built some really odd houses around here, so it gets really eclectic looking on the hillside, because people's tastes, especially in the 80s, like bubble time Japan, when people had way too much money, they built some really silly looking houses up here. Uh-oh. Let me see. Oh yeah, I gotta find. Yeah, am I looking at this page? Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, thanks. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah, that was just so hysterical. Like, I love like, anytime I see that, like Japanese people reacting to something by not reacting. Like, they were showing you how to correctly ride a roller coaster, and having like no no enjoyment on their faces. That's pretty funny. Yeah, and I think a lot of the more recent houses, there's less. It's sad because they're less Japanese style, but yeah, they're kind of doing half and half, because like we have the just hardwood floor bedroom and a bed, like a normal bed on a frame. But a lot of people, especially if they need to like a lot of people to sleep in one room, will have the tatami, the straw mat kind of tatami floor, and then just bring out the futon, the mattresses, at night. But then when you're not sleeping, you can use the room for something else. Like the room actually functions, is functional, so it's not only a bedroom. Whereas if you have a bed on a frame, it's always there. You can't use that space. So that stuff still kind of exists here because it's so versatile for limited space. But yeah, a lot of people's houses, like they'll have one very Japanese room, and maybe the entrance of the house is very Japanese, and some of the other living spaces are less so. There'll be some style or some feature, but the sad thing is that means they use so much less traditional wood in Japan, and so a lot of the standard design is actually the wood is basically a log with the bark still on it of some very specifically like a cherry tree or some specific Japanese valuable wood, and you'll have that like naturally in the house, like it's finished, but it's part of the woodwork or the framing or something of certain rooms. And so those have to be very specifically straight or have very interesting growths. I don't know what's the, they have to have grown in a very interesting way, so that they have nice knots or turns, or very it's aesthetically pleasing and decorative. And a lot of places had, there's lumber yards that specifically do that, the decorative wood for Japanese houses, but the price just fell out. They can't sell anything because very few people are building very much Japanese style anymore, and some people are even using kind of fake or kind of simulated things, so they're not buying real wood. So that was a shame. So when we built this house, that was the thing that was really amazing to do, was like actually choose the wood for parts of the house. So yeah, so I'll show some pictures sometime of that. Oh, wait a minute, let me see. I don't know, I had a blog, but it could be gone because I haven't visited. So I posted just for the family. Oh no, it's still there. Yeah, let me see if I can find a picture of all the wood. Sorry, another distraction. See how little I'm trying to actually finish my cartoon. Oh, okay, yeah, here. Is this, maybe I gotta blow this up. Yeah, there we go. So here, like in our little entry way here, we have this shiny, I forgot the resolution is so big on this. Come on. So this piece of wood is on our little entryway. So this is like right after you come in the door. So there's so this sort of thing, and then in the actual Japanese room, the tatami room, like the more traditional place, is this. Come on, is this. So this is actually, so the this is cherry. This is the cherry tree, and this is hinoki, I think, the Japanese cedar. But they use like a high pressure like water technique to strip the bark off of it, so it has this really weird organic kind of smooth shape. Yeah, so this lighter color wood is but so this kind of wood is like, it used to be really expensive. It used to be like kind of the show pieces of a Japanese house, and they're very standard traditional style, but they're the price, you can get them for nothing now because no one is buying them, and the lumber yards just have warehouses full of these sorts of things. But this is an example of like the natural wood in the houses. So this kind of thing is very common, and now people just don't do it anymore, so there's no economy for it. Yeah, they're okay if the futon are pretty comfortable, but I think they rely on the tatami floor. The tatami floor is very soft. You can just lay on it bare, and it feels nice because it has a little bit of a give, and it's very cool because of the texture of it. Like in the hot summer, you can lay on it and it's very cool. Or you can, if you heat the room, it holds the temperature nicely, so it's very comfortable. So you might need that. So you might need like an extra pad, or like if you had like a rug, like an area rug or something with a little bit of cushion on it, that might help. They do have also like a futon, like a foam, like a thin foam mattress, and a futon on top of that. So if you're sleeping on like hardwood, or if it's just gonna, there's basically tile or cement under you, a regular futon might not be thick enough. So a little bit of something extra might help. But yeah, and it's just that, yeah, the Japanese style ones are made for on top of that, because those tatami is actually like a frame. It's like a wooden frame that has like a woven straw mat like stretched over it, and then they put those little fabric seams on it. So it's actually got a little bit of give. It actually is very soft and comfortable to walk on, and to lay on it is pretty. It's not like laying on a regular floor. So that helps when you're sleeping as well. But it's the texture of it is a little bit difficult, though. You can get a nice burn on your elbow or your knee on tatami if you're not careful. But yeah, I don't think there's anything. Yeah, there's nothing on here. If you guys want to sneak a peek at this house, yeah, this is a super old blog, and I don't think there's any. Like, I'm not going to be doxing myself. There's no, like, identifiable location stuff. Yeah, so if you want to see the house, I can just put it here. Yeah, none of this is going to... yeah, in the one room... where is the chat? There it is. In the one room, it is... I can do this, right? Yeah. So yeah, if you want to see photos, this is the whole house building process. If you go back to beginning, so the first ones are in April, you can see the wood structure of the house. That was so beautiful for me. I didn't want them to finish the house, like put up any drywall or anything, because the actual wood structure of the house is so amazing. It's really gorgeous. And yeah, if you want to watch the whole process, and the wood shopping process and everything is there. Yeah, and it's all in English. Or maybe it's auto-translated. So I have a translation set. Let's see. Yeah, it's all in Japanese. Sorry. It's all in Japanese. But Google will translate it poorly for you if you would like. Yeah, so most of the house is wood floors, and that main Japanese room is tatami. And you can do... Yeah, because we were going to you can't put heavy furniture, like a dining room table or a dresser drawer or bed frame on tatami, because it will just the weight of it will just dig right into the mat and break the flooring itself very easily. So you can't put heavy. So that's why you use the futon or the low tables, or the chairs that don't have legs. Those little legless chairs, just so you have some back support. That's the style for that, because you need to distribute the weight, or else it'll break. It'll cut into the mats. Tatami, yeah. Tatami is the floor. Yeah, tatami is the flooring. So if you see in some of those, like, oh, I'm searching in the wrong language. Oh, that's funny. It's showing me a map of tatami. Yeah, so tatami is, let me find a decent size picture, is these kind of straw mat floors. So they're these big panel frames, and it's a standard size. So they say a room is a 6 mat room or an 8 mat room, or so Japanese people, if you just tell them, oh, I have my bedroom, I forget the expression, there's just a word, but it's 6 mat room, people know exactly how big that is, just because it's a very familiar size. So 1 mat is supposed to be enough room for one person to lay down. It's not quite 6 feet, so it's maybe Japanese person laying down. So I think it's like 5 feet by like 2.5 or something. It's around there. But it's supposed to be the size of one person laying down. And so that's gives you a rough idea of how many people could sleep in a room. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, that's the first. Yeah, so that's the end. The front page is the end because it is in chronological order. So if you go back to April, you can see the beginning when they roughed everything in, and so it was all done the kind of traditional Japanese. I mean, it's there's still screws and nails and things like the traditional Japanese style is no metal. It's all wood joinery. So they do dowels and pegs and joints, and so that's not this. This is a more modern version of that because they have to do all the earthquake suspension and stuff. So they have to do those braces for earthquake safety and everything. But it's a lot of wood and a lot of like major support beams and stuff, and it's all wood. A lot of the houses now are prefab. Like Japan loves their prefab houses because they put them up super fast. So they come in just like secure, already insulated walls that have the exterior on the outside and probably the wallpaper on the inside. They're so prefab. But yeah, it was really fun. The whole building process was fun because it happened in the spring, so it was cherry blossoms, and it was really beautiful to to see that all happening. Yeah, so it's a bunch of that. Yeah, but you can see this. So we tried to do Japanese style for the house, but it's not like if you look at the old houses in Kyoto or the traditional Japanese houses, this is still an update because they're using updated materials and things. So it's not it's Japanese style, but still like those original those original houses are still like the original techniques. This is all updated stuff. Oh. All right, so what's happening here? So yeah, that was so funny because I really wanted to, and that the argument we kind of like the builder was like, no, we have to insulate it because it gets cold in the winter, and if you just do the wood structure, heating it and cooling it is going to be miserable and too expensive in Japan. It's actually really expensive. But when I saw that open beam work when they first did all the wooden structure of the house, it was so beautiful. Just like let's how about just this? But yeah, there's just no way, and especially you need as much protection from typhoon and wind and earthquakes. So there's too much natural disasters, too many natural forces in Japan. Just a sec. Oh. Okay. Sorry about that. Oh, all right. Wow. Yeah, so the house now is, I think we've been here, it's from the building it was 12 years. So that was what, 2008? Yeah, 2007 was the bill. Yeah. Oh, wow. So, oh no, 13 13 years. So that's why everything is failing now. Like all the appliances and everything's like breaking down all at the same time. So that's the worst part of you know getting everything at the same time and setting up the house is that then everything's going to fail at the same time. So that was part of the delay of getting on stream is doing a little home repair before I went online. All right, let's see. So maybe not glasses. Yeah, they do make a for people that have like an apartment or something that's all hardwood floor. They do make like a tatami pad, like a mat. It's like a half thickness of a mat that you can put sectionally on over the hardwood floor in a room, and it's softer too. Like the so some people that don't have that formal Japanese room but want to make one of their rooms in the apartment that style, or want to sleep on futon on that, is they can do that as well. I'm not sure if you can get those in the U.S., but those are pretty cool too because they're not quite as soft as the original tatami mat, but it's pretty cool and it has a nice look, and the smell is nice too. The it's very like natural, like grassy kind of smell to it. Yeah, it's very light. Yeah, yeah. There's much less of that. Although the prefab houses are all like kind of metal, connections, like all big pins and stuff. But yeah, the traditional design, and especially the temples, the all of the old traditional houses and temples. Yeah, there's no metal at all. It's all wood, and they use the hinoki, which is I guess yellow cedar, so it's very aromatic. And because it's wet here, and there's a lot of bugs that will eat wood, they use that wood because it keeps the insects away. Unfortunately, though, like everything is really, this is weird too. Everything is really susceptible to fire because it's all wood, and they don't do sprinkler systems. They don't do smoke alarms. Like that's like not a standard thing. I mean, in office buildings it is, but for residential houses and stuff, you don't have to do any sort of fire alarm system or anything. So that was really weird. Like they would put a security system in, like for your windows and doors, before they would put a fire alarm system in, and the houses are all wood. It's very odd. Yeah. So I don't quite understand their relationship with fire and houses in Japan. It's very strange. There we go. Yeah, there's not as many fire extinguishers and things. I mean, my office has like all of the smoke sensors and sprinklers and things, and there's a fire extinguisher. But most houses that I've been in Japan, yeah, they don't have a lot of fire systems at all, or even battery operated smoke detectors. It's very funny. Yeah, but now we're getting to that time where everything is going to break at the same time, so that's not going to be fun. Mm. Yeah, that's a shame too that things just don't last. I mean, I think I had an old refrigerator that was like 20 years old at one point. I mean, it was a really expensive thing to plug in, but now if you get more than 10 years out of an appliance, you're so happy. But yeah, it used to not be the case, or things used to at least be fixable. And now if something breaks, the news is always, yeah, this is going to cost more than half of what a new one would cost. So yeah, that's odd. But that's our normal. No. All right. Huh. Yeah, isn't that weird? Yeah, all wood construction and no smoke detectors. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure what that is. Like everything else is so strict as far as the like a lot of the windows have like bars over them. It's mostly decorative, and in the front it's all wood. Like you could see, it's all wood. And from your like Western eye, you think, oh, it's what is that, security from burglary or whatever, but that's all protection from branches and things in high winds, because the typhoon season is so brutal. You get hit by typhoon and you have your windows broken. So instead of all the windows having to have the wire reinforcement in it, that security glass like you see in like schools and hospitals and things, instead of having that ugly glass, then they just do the bar protection on most of the windows. So it's it's a decorative Japanese style, but it's functional. So it's a yeah, it's a funny thing. But yeah, my stepfather said, "Oh, the crime must be terrible where you are because there's bars on all your windows." Like, okay, I don't have time to explain this, but yeah. Uh, yeah. Wow. Oh yeah, yeah. No, that's true. Yeah. The it's everything is built. Everything is structured to just you have to just replace it. You just buy more because they're making it so cheap that it barely functions once you buy it, and of course it's gonna fail. Yeah, that was really hard. I think my first iPod, that was like really strange to get used to. Is oh, okay, this thing is just dead. Like it comes a day and it just dies. And it was one of the old ones with the actually spinning hard drive. Like you could actually feel it, kind of humming. It wasn't solid state like the later ones. And just like, oh, so it's dead and you just throw it away. Okay, that was really hard to get used to. And then when they started to solder the batteries like onto the motherboards of smartphones and things, like, oh, so you can't take the battery out, so when the battery goes the phone goes, so it's like a little timer built into it to sabotage your device regardless of how well it's still working. It doesn't matter, it needs replaced unless you don't mind a 20-minute battery life. Yeah, that was weird. That was an adjustment. Because yeah, I don't know how many times like old Walkman and things like old cassette Walkman, how many times I got those things like back up and running when they were eating tapes or whatever. You had to do what you could to, or you had to start putting a rubber band around the, because if the latch broke on it and it wouldn't stay shut. Yeah, you just had to rig whatever you could to keep a Walkman going. But iPods, there's nothing you can do. It's just dead. Yeah, right. Yeah, I can't believe there's been a lot of, and maybe it's just like the weird internet that I'm reading, or the YouTube I watch, but a lot of people really getting negative about Bill Gates and talking about how he's doing vaccine experiments on children in third world countries and things. It's really brutal. his his legacy is not going to be good. Yeah, because they're talking about like what both India and some African countries he's doing these vaccine programs, but they're not vaccines that have been approved. I don't know. I don't know the details, but yeah, they were just characterizing his charitable works as very ugly. uh, yeah, that was not good. Uh, oh, that's cool. No, no. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, the one I was shocked at the one iPod that I took apart. I couldn't believe how many the ribbon. It's like basically like almost copper foil. Like the contacts, like how the different components are connected are just these thin little leads that are like wide kind of whatever those are called, like those ribbon cables, but they're so thin, so I just opened it and I think immediately damaged it beyond repair. But that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. And especially, I think you can keep the older ones running, because I know that a repair thing existed, and I think Apple, didn't support that, so it like broke your warranty and everything as soon as you had it fixed, which is just ridiculous. It's not covered by the warranty to actually have it repaired, because that was the one of the things were just messed up is I had something like an iPod Touch or something, and wasn't starting up, and it took it to Apple, and they just like, okay, yeah, that's not working. Here's another one. They just like swapped it for another in the same generation, new one, or who knows, possibly refurbished. But yeah, that's like there is no, there is no repair. There's only replace. That was very. But yeah, from a business sense, that has to be there. But there must be. There must be. Oh yeah. Oh, you need a favor. Oh, Joe needs a favor. what's what's up, Joe? But there must be some scam though with slightly older iPhones, because I think they're buying them up for other markets. Yeah, at least in Japan it feels like it. What favor do you need, Joe? Yeah, because they're really aggressive about trade-ins at the cell phone shops. The cell phone companies here are really aggressive about trade-ins, and I think they are refurbishing. Like they've got a refurbishment program, so they can get a decent price. So they'll give you a little discount if you're trading something in, but they'll get a decent price. But I'm surprised how aggressive it is. It's really they push it really hard. So I'm suspecting that there's some deal where they're like selling these down the line somewhere, because some of these, I think the Japanese like SoftBank and some of the companies are like multinational, so they have other markets, so maybe like India or other countries where they want a lower like price, or lower level of service. They'll just like offer old refurbished iPhones, I suspect. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, no, I can take a look. Yeah, I like looking around the electronics area in Japan. Yeah, I'll take a look at the iFixit and see. Yeah, because there probably would be some. I'll take a look at that. Yeah, because I bought some pretty cool. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I will take a look for something like that. Yeah, because I had to buy a couple of little tool sets for opening electronics. You know how some, it's not hex. It's not hex keys. It's like weird stars or like odd kind of funky shapes to open some like older Japanese electronics. I had to do that, so I did buy a. Yeah, yeah. No, I'll take a look and see what they have. Sure, sure. No problem, Joe. Yeah, I'll take a look and see what I can find. Yeah, that'll be fun because. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. Yeah, you can open just about any kind of consumer electronics with the with that kind of set. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I found something like that. Yeah, I should dig that out. But I can find what they have, like the Japanese version of that. Cool. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Take a look at the Pro set. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. So wait, let me. So here's what I'm seeing when I did the search for the Pro. So like this is the iFixit version. So you want me to take a look for the like a Japanese equivalent of this kind of set? Yeah, that's what came up on Google. Oh wow. Yeah, that's a nice set. Yeah, I got like a smaller version of that. That was just all of the. I don't think it was any hex or anything. It was just all the off, the non-standard keys. Yeah, that's really cool. Cool. Okay, so that's the Pro. So yeah, I'll look for something on along these lines. Yeah, that's fun. The electronics stores and that whole area is really crazy. You can find, because they have access to just about everything in Asia. So yeah, some of those stores have really odd, rare stuff. Like anybody that wants to maintain old like tube amplifiers and stuff. I mean, that's all findable in the like the electronics districts in Japan. Yeah, I'll take a look for that, Joe. And the static strap too. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, don't need. Okay, don't need the static strap. Okay. Yeah, what I've seen is mostly just the boxes, not with as many tools, but I'll see, and I'll send you photos. I'll take a bunch of photos of stuff that I find, and you can let me know what looks good. Yeah, that'll be fun. It's been a while. Yeah, because when I was first here, I was kind of crazy about collecting old, retro game stuff. So I bought a bunch of old game consoles and stuff, and some of them had, dead internal clock batteries and stuff. But they also had weird, keys for opening up the cases themselves. So I had to buy a set of those to get in to some of those cases. Cool. All right. Yeah, I'll take a look and show you what I find. All right. What am I doing here? Let's see. Yeah, I had no idea I was competing with cops videos and and meme reactions. That's really crazy. So I guess that's why the 90-day. I'm sorry, I keep eating. I should be more conscious. That's why like the 90-day fiance and stuff, I'm sure, is getting talked about, is because people are doing reaction videos and things. Oh yeah, that was the thing. During the initial lockdown, I saw that news that visa, that whatever that B6 visa or whatever it is, the 90-day fiance visa, in the U.S., they discontinued the program during the the travel bans and everything happening during the bad weather. So we won't have a new season of 90-day fiance until they reestablish the actual 90-day visa. Yeah, my wife applied for one of those when we were kind of going back and forth. We're kind of doing 3 months, 3 months. I wasn't doing 3 months. I was doing a few weeks, but she was coming and staying for 3 months at a time. But because your tourist visa is a 90-day visa, and she would kind of go, like, I'd see her like twice a year, and she would stay for as long as she could, a month or two, on that tourist visa. And then once we decided, yeah, we want to be together and we'll get married, but we'll just do the paper work first, and then because all the green card paperwork and everything, so no wedding ceremony or anything. So then she applied for that 90-day B6 visa, and because she had gone back and forth on a tourist visa so much and maybe stayed so long, I guess they thought she was going to try to blow the visa or whatever. She was just trying to get back into the country and then just break the visa, so they denied her, and so that stayed on her noted on her passport for a long time until she had to get it, until she got it renewed. So it was this weird note that they made on her passport that she was denied a visa. And sometimes they ask you, have you ever been denied entry, or have you ever been denied something, but that would include a visa. And she said no, and then she got pulled aside and questioned, and it was really freaking out. I didn't know, what that was all about, but it was related to that visa. So it's really weird. I don't know how they decide, like, what qualifies for that. But we were going to start all the paperwork when she was, do the marriage certificate and everything when she was there for that visa. So we would have qualified for that visa. Everything would have been fine because we would have been married. But they denied, so we just had to, do things more roughly. And also she, I guess, with the green card, you do have to receive that from outside the country and come into the country on it. So I guess, she would have had to go, back to Japan anyhow. But that was really weird, and a bunch of nonsense and really expensive. The green card process was so expensive and took forever, and she had to have all kinds of weird vaccinations she never had before and all that good stuff. or updates, I guess. But yeah, so that stayed on her passport, and then that one time we were traveling, we were visiting my family for the holidays. She got pulled aside and interrogated, like and so that really freaked her out. But yeah, now that after she renewed her passport, that's not like noted on there anymore, so they don't question her about it. But yeah, who knows? I think it was just she had visited so often on a tourist visa that they just I'm sure someone that just had a lunch that they didn't like, or just had a fight with their girlfriend and then decided to decline a visa. Yeah, you never know with government employees what the actual reason that they make decisions is. It's just really, really bad customer service that can never be fired. Yeah. So that's that long, exciting story. Yeah, I gotta be careful. Anything I mention like gets me off into some tangent of adventures with visas. Yeah, it's really easy this side though. You really feel the difference. And I think because the language barrier in Japan keeps people from like freely wanting to emigrate here, but the spouse visa, the married visa part was nothing. I think it was like $75, and I got it in like 3 days or something. And the green card was like almost a year and a half, and like $4,000, and like all of this, interviews, and you have to put together a scrapbook of photos of times that you spent together, and pictures of your wife with with her in-laws and stuff. There was so many crazy requirements. Just yeah, just for that green card, that was amazing, and I'm sure it's worse now. Uh, mm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was really, and for her, it was very embarrassing because she, hadn't done anything wrong, and everyone was so suspicious in immigration, so that really freaked her out. And of course, they did it very American style, not gentle, quiet Japanese style, but very American style. So she felt very intimidated. Uh, but all right, what am I doing? Wow. Yeah, it's nice too. All the shopping areas and things in Japan are very empty because of no tourists. I think people are out in pretty much the regular amount, but there's no tourism right now. It's only I think it's business only, so you can travel. What, I'm falling off the camera here. I can move the camera. That would actually make more sense. Um, oh, they sorry. I should have done this before. There we go. Oh no, and the green screen is not doing well. Oh, oh, oh. Sorry, my high-tech setup is failing me. The desk lamp I'm using to light the green screen. Damn. But yeah, I'll just leave that little that little lamp there. Great. But yeah, it's really funny, and I can't imagine how some people are harassed. Like depending on your country of origin, there's got to be some real harassment. Like trying to come in from Muslim countries and places has got to be always. Well, yeah, there was one. My ex had she married my ex's best friend married a guy from Iran, and yeah, every time he got pulled aside and interviewed, and he was randomly, what is that called? Yeah, so he had extra security measures every single time he flew. What's going on? There we go. Yeah, that had to be exhausting, or just make you just want to travel less. To know what a nightmare it was going to be. What's going on here? All right. Got a little lag in the computer there. All right. So, where are we going with this? Okay, this box could use a lid, maybe. A little bit longer. Yeah, it's really weird. There's all these movies now kind of in a holding pattern, like waiting for movie theaters to go back to normal so they can be released. Strange, they're showing trailers and then, yeah, because I think they had Comic-Con online just recently, and so they premiered all the superhero stuff, the Batman and whatever, all the stuff that's coming out, and they didn't, I think it was all just 2021, very vague release date, because nobody knows. But they're still doing that only in theaters, so I guess, there's still a lot of confidence about theatrical releases only. I guess, what is it? Trolls World Tour didn't make enough money to for Hollywood to go all digital. Hey, Baskin Robbins is still here. None of these. So I'm just trying to remember what I've been drawing. Actually, I should separate this so I can resize it a little bit. Extra touch, right? Nice. Yeah, random inspections of every Muslim. And actually, the funny thing is, he was Kurdish, so he was Christian. So not even, he could be a Christian extremist, I guess, but he was not Muslim, and still, just because of his nationality and skin color, he got extra attention. But yeah, that must be so frustrating to be Christian. Well, it must be dangerous as hell to be Christian in a Muslim country, but to also have to deal with American security. All right. So, I'm not feeling any of this. Okay. Yeah. Yikes. The bottom of this coffee mug is crazy. Yeah, I draw incredibly asymmetrical. Yeah, that's a thing. I notice a lot of people have just have a shortcut, like they set up a hotkey or whatever to flip. So while they're drawing, they're just flipping back and forth, especially with faces and things. If you're doing characters and you do a really weirdly asymmetrical character, that sometimes is a little odd, especially when like a lot of commercial illustration for video games and things. The image needs to be flipped. They don't want you to draw it two ways. It needs to be able to be flipped. And if you drew really weirdly asymmetrical and the face looks all distorted and like Funhouse mirror when you flip it, then that's useless to them. And still, I see that in some Japanese illustrations still. Some people will it doesn't look bad, but it looks different. It doesn't look like the same character when you flip the art. And a lot of times you see when they're laying out like manuals and stuff or websites, they want the character facing a different direction, so they just flip the art. And if you hadn't drawn it that way, then yeah, sometimes it looks a little goofy. This is a weirdly long coffee mug. All right. Let's make it, a little more squat. Okay, what do I have to hold? See, the different Photoshop is killing me here. I might have to go back to 2019. Yeah, I can't, I can't wait for some kind of normal life. Or at least just to be able to visit family. That's the most frustrating thing. I think I've said a couple of times this was going to be the big year to kind of catch up with everybody and go back home, and I was going to go to Gen Con for the first time, that tabletop game convention, and just everything fell apart. All right. There we go. Uh-oh, what happened here? Let me double check. Oh, sorry. Yeah, a couple of years got caught, Joe. Sorry about that. There we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tenet, yeah. Oh, sorry, what's going on here? Yeah, what is going on? Yeah, that's strange. We're really weird. So it's there though. I hope. Yeah, I see it on the page. It didn't show up in my chat. Very odd. Yeah, you can't talk about things not being in movie theaters. That's weird. Yeah, I see it in the YouTube. Maybe. There's a rogue bot that it's just randomly trying to stop any Christopher Nolan mentions from coming through. That's weird. Yeah, who knows? I'm sure, like, as things change and events develop, I'm sure there's such a funny random list of words that they keep censoring. It must change all the time. Yeah, very strange. Yeah, it didn't show up. Very weird. All right. Okay, what else? Okay, a little donuts, maybe? We'll see. Yeah, I'm really off. I think I'm just sitting strangely. Move up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I wonder. That's really weird. What? I don't know what my phone just did. Something. That was weird. Something's yelling for attention. All right. Oh yeah, that's the thing that's gonna ruin my life soon. just downloaded the mobile version of EVE Online. So they did this mobile version of... So EVE Online is like a space MMO, but it's very non-action oriented. It's like the thing that it's famous for is having... It's a player-driven economy and a single server. So everyone's playing in the same world, and the economy is based on, you know, how people buy, sell, and trade stuff. And so one of the things you can be... It's kind of like a 4X sci-fi game where you're doing like exploration, and you know, you're trading, you're exploring, you're fighting, and you're mining. Like you can you can harvest gas from planets, and you could harvest you know, metal and minerals and things from asteroids. And so it's a very spreadsheet. It's always called spreadsheets in space, but it's really fun. And I think one of the things I mentioned is EVE Online is really fun to play on a touch screen. So my other drawing tablet is a touch screen, and I was playing EVE Online on that because you can just touch the controls like a real space movie. So all the buttons and things for weapons was, you know, it's all touchscreen. So that was amazing. And now it's on the phone. So now they did kind of a light version, like a modified version of it for cell phones. And the economy is, it just launched. The economy is totally screwed. Like everything is millions and millions of units. But it'll calm down, you know, once people start playing. But yeah, I really like that game. It's just I don't sit in front of the PC, you know, don't want to sit in front of the PC and play it. And it's also one of those things where a lot of things happen automatically, like mining and stuff. You just kind of set it and let it go, and unless somebody attacks you, it's fine. So it's a weird game, but now it's on cell phones, and yeah, so that's gonna probably occupy me for a little bit. But it's nice. That's a much nicer thing to waste time with than you know, some of the more casual stuff, like card battling and stuff that I've got on my phone when I'm stuck in lines waiting for things. But yeah. Uh-oh. For a second. Uh-oh. What's going on? Oh, man. So we'll see. We'll see how much... how much I get sucked into that, because every time I like reinstalled it, and then they did a free what is it, free level. That's right. So it was always a subscription based, and then they did a free version of it, so you could have a much more limited account, but it didn't cost anything. And so then I restarted doing that, but we'll see. Oh no, is it lagging? Oh damn. Oh, EVE Online? Yeah, so they just did a mobile version. They just released a mobile version of EVE Online. Although this is something I should have checked. Yeah, EVE Online, and it's NetEase that's doing it. And I think that might be a Japanese or no, Chinese developer. Yeah, they developed a PC client for. Yeah, they worked with Blizzard. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's looking pretty Chinese. Yeah, it's Chinese. That sucks. Yeah, so all the microtransactions and stuff are going to be benefiting some shady ass. Oh, that's so creepy. On the Chinese game websites, they have to have this like weird government registration number that you can check on at any time. Oh, that's so depressing. Jeez. Yeah, at the bottom of the NetEase company website, they've got these two weird registration numbers that take you to Chinese government sites. Oh, which I cannot reach from here. Interesting. Maybe I have to be in on Chinese internet. Yeah, yeah. Neither of those will. Neither of them let me visit from Japan. Weird. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, they've helped. They've done a lot of uh, yeah, they've done a lot of mobile stuff, like big names getting mobile stuff online, but that really sucks. That it's yeah, it's a Chinese developer. Uh, Too bad. But everything, I mean, you can't get away from it. There's so much Chinese money in uh, gaming now. It's all Tencent. Yeah, Tencent has a piece of everybody. So it's unavoidable. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I don't see any. I'm not dropping any frames, so it might be on your end. I'm just putting out too much relaxing vibe. Yeah, I didn't see any drop. Yeah, sometimes my internet has been bad. Like I towards the end of some streams, I've lagged really bad, but I'm doing pretty good because I don't have anything too dramatically open, and it's still pretty early here. After people get home from work, sometimes it chokes a little bit. Hmm. Yeah, but CCP, the developers of Eve, are based in Iceland, and so they're a tiny developer that basically did this one game, and it's been around for like 12, 15 years now. Yeah, it's really cool. I've always just loved the aesthetic of it and everything. It's just so slow and quiet and stupid, but yeah, that is that's going to eat up some time. But if they do some of the mobile mechanics, like if they make the joining corporations like more like clans and stuff in mobile games, then it's going to get ugly. And already there's a lot of Chinese. So that's the thing that I don't like about like free Chinese MMOs, or free, I guess, Korean too, is they just get infested with Chinese players, and all they do is camp and sell stuff. So they're just harvesting and selling stuff, and already immediately in the app, like the app just launched, and already it's being spammed with the uh, buying the currency, the in-game currency for real cash. Those websites that are like where you buy gold or whatever for discounts. So already the Chinese gold farmers were there to greet you when they launched the app. Okay. Well, that's a one small box for one big donut. Okay, so maybe not the donut box. What's going on here? Okay. It's fiber, so they call it Hikari here. So it's the fiber upgrade that they did. Um, yeah, so it's pretty fast. I think there's better speeds now, but we do the bundle thing. So I have like a broadband phone, like it's a voice over IP phone, so it's cheaper to call family and stuff. Although now I don't even know if I really need to use that because you can do, you can call Facebook and everything have a voice, voice chat option. So I don't really need that, but we did like a package. It's like cable, internet, and phone, all from the same company. It gives you a pretty big discount. And yeah, they did their fiber, but it's like maybe 5 years old now, so there's probably better services out there because there's always there's a lot of competition in that in Japan, which is nice. I don't miss that in the US, where you basically have like two choices, like one shady phone company, DSL choice, or cable internet. Yeah. I'm sure it's changed since then, but that was really depressing. The internet options in the US were really frustrating depending on where you lived. Yeah, so this is all, and I think it's probably the safer thing or something that was easy for them to install. So yeah, it's fiber pretty much everywhere now in Japan. So the internet speeds are pretty good. They're not Korea good. I've heard Korea's got like the insanely fastest. And the nice things that they do in Korea is the whole train system in Korea is also wired for really fast Wi-Fi. So you never have slow internet anywhere. In South Korea, which is awesome. But in Japan sometimes there'll be some buildings or some train tunnels and things where you just have nothing. Your phone does absolutely nothing. Are you still with us, Yum? Hope your internet didn't give up again. Yeah, mine is. Yeah, it was. I was getting like weird. If I tried to do streams on Saturday nights, I would get punished sometimes by my internet. Maybe everybody was trying to do something at the same time, so I dropped a bunch of streams embarrassingly when I was trying to do kind of late night Saturday night stuff. All right, it's just donuts and coffee now. I guess that's what happened. Yeah. Oh, good. Oh, I'm glad you're still there. Yeah. Yeah. It didn't seem to be lagging on this end. I usually can. That little red, the bar turns red, so I can see it out of the corner of my eye very easily on my stream and know that it just dove. But oh, that's good. Yeah, so I have to see. Oh, yeah, but it's been okay, and I don't want to jinx it. And I've also they've been I'm not saying this on stream, but they've been cool with certain uses of files and getting files in certain ways. So I haven't wanted to change because I'm so worried about other companies being weirder about P2P stuff. That's right, not too many details. I think it's okay. But too many what was it? I think it was one of the first internet companies that I used here totally blocked all peer-to-peer everything. So that made it impossible to download anything, and that is pre Japanese Netflix, Hulu. That's basically you had video rentals, and that's about it, or the weird Japanese cable. Okay, so I think we're just gonna do donuts and a cup of coffee. All of that drawing for this. Okay. I like how massive the donuts are. Maybe a little bit bigger. Well, it makes sense. It can be behind a little more. These are huge donuts. All right. Oh, and the other one's ice cream, isn't it? Oh, boy. Yep. Yeah, donuts and ice cream. Okay, great. All right. So, well, after all those boxes and glasses, we get donuts and ice cream. Yeah, that was a weird thing. I remember a lot of places in LA had donuts and ice cream. There were like ice cream, that ice cream counter and donuts as well. That wasn't rare, and I guess that was something that would help them compete against Dunkin' Donuts and stuff. Okay. Good, good. Glad you're still with us, Yum. Okay, yeah. So let me switch over. I guess we'll do comments now. I'll take a look at what happened last week with my the cartoons. So let's switch over here. Boom. All right. Oh yeah, that looks even more amazing. There we go. Okay. So yes, that was, what is it? That 12 for the 27th. Wow. Yeah. Some stomachs were too unreasonable to be called upset. Oh, 3 comments, 13 likes. Stomachs. Oh no! Oh no! Stomachs. It's stomachs. Es. Stomachs. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? One pill makes you queasy, one pill makes you gassy. Another does nothing at all. Nice. A little Jefferson Airplane reference there. Like stomachs. That's right. Get out of here. Sorry. Oh. What? Did you mean stomach? Oh, wow. Well, stomachs. It's both. Oh, sorry. I'm Googling on the screen. Sorry. Interesting. Yeah, maybe it's both ways. Because it's trying to correct me. Did you mean stomachs? Plural, stomachs. Oh, stomach. Okay. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Sorry, I don't mean to be doing this on the plural of stomach is stomachs. Yeah. Wow, that's weird though that you can search it with an ES. And the spell check didn't catch that. Okay, well, I will remake that for sorry. Stop Googling. I'll remake that for next time. Yeah, see, people, this is the stuff I love, the grammar and spelling Nazis that, exist in all comment sections. Yeah, but it's not... That's weird. Let's check and see. Oh, sorry, that's Japanese. Stomachs, plural of stomachs. Use a spelling ES. What? Usually takes ES. However, stomachs is exception. Of course it is. Oh, that's weird. I wonder why my spell check didn't catch that. Nice. Yeah, so my favorite thing about the comment section is all the corrections. The wireless mouse was happy with just connecting to the unopened boxes. 25th, 2 comments. All right. It was the anticipation of opening the boxes. Nice, Podog. Yeah, it's got the same readers. Okay, so yeah, I gotta go back. Well, let's open that while I'm thinking about it. So it's 27th. Lovely. So I'll fix that right now while I'm thinking about it. Okay, wait. It didn't. Yeah. It totally didn't catch that. That's weird. What a great spell check. Of course. Yeah, I think that always looks right too because of stomach ache. You always see E in there. That's weird though. You can Google it and it doesn't complain that much. All right. Okay, one random just to see if we can find another grammar Nazi. Oh, there we go. Japanese toilet seat. Uh-oh. My monitor's going to turn off here. There we go. There we go. My first drawing of the washlet, Toto washlet. Of all the possible Japanese souvenirs, even he was surprised at his own popularity. Yeah, it's crazy how many people buy those seats here. And I don't know, maybe they do like a standard, like a one-size-fits-all version, but I think they're pretty specific. Ought to see the built-in ones. It does hit the spot, though. All right, yeah, this is back doing too many Japanese specific cartridges. Oh, there's an old one with an underwater toaster. Yeah, 2006. After the splash, the toaster felt relaxed and a little tingly. 2006. Pasta spoon was firmly stuck down the disposal and awaited his fate. Oh, 2 periods. Well, nobody even noticed. Just the two of them were going to make a very ugly lunch. A condiment free. Still better than a wish sandwich. Yeah, you eat what you have. Oscar, let's do lunch. Nice. All right. Yeah, that's pretty. Wow. Oh, 2018. Okay. That's why. Very digital. Began to suspect she was tap water in a recycled bottle. These old ones didn't get a lot of love. Oh, that's a really old one. Lunchbox felt awkward. And felt a need to avoid staring at the beaker's strange markings. Felt awkward and needed to avoid. Oof, that might be a typo. Oh yeah, 2002 was the original. That's an original version. Yikes. 2007. They're just looking more terrible. She knew it had to be the speaker making her sound that way. Yikes. All right. Nobody likes the sound of their voice. Let's get out of here. No, yeah, just with the first. There we go. Just with the first internet provider in Japan, yeah, all that was blocked. But yeah, I don't think they really care. Like Japan has got those odd rules where they have laws, but they're not enforced until they need them to be. But yeah, nothing. Yeah, that was weird. I forget which company that was too, but it was just everything was completely blocked. So even like software companies that want to give you an option to either direct download or to do peer-to-peer to save them bandwidth, so they don't have to pay Amazon or whoever, they get their cloud bandwidth from. You couldn't even do that. So yeah, that was pretty bizarre. Stomachs. Oh yeah, stomachs there. Okay, yeah. So stomachs is going to be misspelled in all of the duplicated ones. Okay. All right, so let's color these up a bit. Thank you, Yum. Yeah, yeah, that's an old. That was some of the old darker ones. Yeah, wet and tingly. Yeah, that was definitely the. From a very original tone for the cartoon. Yeah, some of them didn't have. Yeah, I don't know. It was it took a while to find a good blend of sad and funny, and I don't know if it's even quite there yet. But yeah, sometimes some of them really hit like a good balance. But it's not easy. Just make this a weird plain donut. Not that. There's too much gray in that. Yeah, something less. Let's try that again. That's better. And then the filled donut color, I guess I'll make it jelly. A little warmer. Sure. That's different enough. So maybe this can be the same. Oh. Yeah. Wait a minute. No, let's do this first. Fill these little crumbs before I forget and spell stomach with an E again. All right, there we go. That works. And then I want something kind of lighter inside. There we go. Oops. Oh, that's not it. It's to be much brighter. There we go. That'll do. Yeah, the contrast works pretty well. And then jelly, why not? Yeah, that's weird. There's a lot of filled donuts at Mr. Donut in Japan, but they don't have jelly donuts. I don't know why. That's very odd. Because a lot of the pastry shops have the... Oh, let's put some... Oh, wait, I don't know if I can do this well. Put some powdered sugar on top of the... jelly, just for old time's sake. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that reads. I haven't had a donut like that in a long time. Okay. Oh, and maybe some coffee in the cup. And switch back. Oh, sorry, I'm very low on the screen, so I'm looking way off the edge. Pay more attention. Yeah, I think I'm bigger than I usually am in the corner there. Yeah, because that's weird. Yeah, maybe raised up a little bit, but then a little smaller would be good. Can I do that right now? Where am I? Oh, there. So, up. Oh, no, that's it. I am sitting that low. Oh, geez. Okay. Sorry. I don't know why I'm doing this live. Okay, back down. Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to be off the edge. I guess I'm out of the way of the drawing a little bit more, though, so that's a good thing. All right. Yeah, that's a good description, Yum. I like dark but charming. I should start using that for promotion. A dark but charming single panel cartoon. I like how that comes across. Yeah, the syndicator did okay job. I mean, I think they're very mainstream. I mean, it's a very normie subscriber base that they had, but they focused on the kind of, if you hated setting the clock on your microwave, or kind of like that old idea of being frustrated with technology. And there's not much of that anymore. I guess that used to be a lot more, the frustration from like planned obsolescence and all that stuff, like the stuff we were talking about. There was a lot more of that in earlier work, I guess, before we just gave up and submitted to the unpleasantness. All right. All right, I didn't finish the donuts. Yep, I think this will, yeah, this should work. Look at that gleaming jelly donut. Get that little line. Maybe if it's not so small, I can do it better. That little line at the edge. There we go. Yeah, I'm looking very down. I guess my camera's a little high. I didn't realize it. Okay. Yeah, I really didn't get anywhere with what I was drawing today and just ended up with donuts and ice cream. That's funny. Yeah, I haven't come into the streams in a while with like a really strong idea or like a joke or something already in my head. I need to maybe do that for a few of these so I can make better progress. All right, I think that works. Hey, Milk and Banana. Yes, the breakfast toolkit. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, bad infomercials. Yeah, I wonder what is going on with the infomercial world. I'm sure it's changed a lot. But yeah, there used to be some really crazy stuff. There's the home shopping channel is pretty weird in Japan, but also it's kind of cringy because it's very cheesy. Their presentation is very cheesy, and they're mostly talking to people over 70. But yeah, nothing so entertaining. I love the late night, yeah, like selling the knives and the baseball cards and stuff that would get sold on some of the home shopping stuff. What? There we go. Yeah, QVC is a thing in Japan, although I don't know if I've ever seen the channel. Maybe it's like a satellite or a cable staple, because yeah, I cut the cord pretty quick after coming to Japan when when I found out that the cable news is terrible. The BBC cable channel was terrible, and the CNN was just CNN. CNN Japan is just CNN England, CNN UK. So that was unwatchable too. The accent doesn't make it any better. No, just many of their like features and things that weren't news were just unwatchable. But yeah, I miss the weird get rich quick stuff and all of the bad stuff of late night. Yeah, and depending on what areas you were in, we'll make this bubblegum ice cream. And maybe a little brighter. Yeah, sometimes the cable access stuff too could get pretty crazy. All right. And some kind of mint. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, perfect. All right, so what color are the cups? And then maybe a vanilla-y color. Oh, it's a little too gray. More saturation. Yeah, I think it's the difference between these two monitors. Maybe I don't need it that bright, but yeah, this tablet, it looks really terrible. Some of these color choices look really desaturated. Yeah, so if I'm going to do it, just go really bright and it'll look, yeah, much better over here. There we go. Does it really? Wait a minute. It does. It looks like he's got a quizzical look. Yes, that is true. Oh. There we go. All right. Maybe the bottom of the cup too, just for a little more variety. Yeah, and then the stuff in. Okay, so something in the bubble gum. Some pieces and maybe something purple. Something like that. Yeah, it doesn't look like a... Yeah, that needs to be more contrasty, I think. Brighter and darker. Okay. Oh, and then some chocolate chips in the mint chocolate chip. Oh, that's right. I gotta pay attention to where the eyes are going as well. Unless I make another weird eyebrow. Yeah, maybe a little darker would be better, but let's see. Let's see how this goes. Donut eyebrows. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, I think I need whiter highlights for ice cream. Yeah, maybe the bubblegum can be brighter, but I don't think the chocolate chips need to be so bright. All right, so now I'm just talking about what I'm actually doing. Oh, let's try. A little bit of a highlighted color for the chocolate chips. Yeah, that's better than bright white. Kind of. All right, so what is going on? With, oh, I think I need more highlights on the ice cream. It's not reading like ice cream very much. And here. Okay, so it's a little more 3D, but oh, okay. Yeah, that reads enough. Not on the green, though. All right. Maybe looking away from the... Oh, come on. Yeah, for some reason I'm still getting a weird... Okay, so maybe up here too. Maybe on this side. That looks a little too weird. There we go. Ah. Ah. Deep in the cream. Nice. Oh, sorry. I should have gone more away from the microphone. Sorry about that. Oh. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so my idea for this was... oh, well, I guess we'll read it later. But yeah, interesting things not happening to him because he was vanilla. I don't know if that's going to work, but we'll see. All right. Well, let's see what we've got here. Sorry, I moved that little rubber on the edge of this tablet. It's catching. Okay, so let's switch quickly. I've got something. The end of summer. Joe has not been there. Jose School has not been there. Oh. All right, here we go. Oof, even more unmagic with the green screen. Behind the scenes, there we go. Wow. Okay, so, well, we'll leave that cruddy little edge. Okay, so, oh, I didn't even see who these were. Kabaya. All right. So, to celebrate the end of summer, so this was the... Oh, and some of it's this is green. Any place that's clear is green. To celebrate the end, this way, the end of summer. So this is a super popular. This picture is of something super popular in summer here. So snow cones, or it's called kakigori. So kori is ice. Stuff something on top of, like a topping. Kake, so ice with something on top of it, topped ice, I guess, is how they say snow cones or shaved ice in Japan. So that's what this is. And so they have like kind of standard flavors, you know, like the little syrups that you put on top of the snow cones. There's very standard flavors. So this is what lemon soda, which is the Damone, the blue soda. Anything that says soda is always that blue flavor, and then strawberry. But these are gummies, as you can see from under here. So snow cone gummies, and a very summer thing. So, and always the, yeah, anything ice, that's what the little, if you can see this here, the little polar bear. Anything with ice is often, I mean, I guess logically shown that it's always a polar bear character. And they have a type of dessert, like a shaved ice type dessert. I think it's shaved ice, condensed milk, and strawberries. That's just called polar bear, basically. But I thought, because everything is now changing to, it's not summer, but everything is changing to, you know, all the fall snacks and the sweet potato flavors and everything. Oh, these are awesome. They look like snow cones. Oh, this is great. Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, I guess they're giving it away here. This is just a picture of a snow cone, but they do give it away here. They look like little snow cones. Get out of here! Look at that. See, there's. Oh, maybe you can't see. I'll get a different color. This one's going out. Okay, so here's a lemon. Oh no, I think all of these colors are gonna key except for strawberry. Okay, here you go. That's what they look like. See, they've got the little ice on the bottom and the little topping, the little syrup on the top. Oh, these are really good. They're the gummies that have the sugar on the outside. So you got that little crunchy texture. Or maybe it's like a sour, not sugar, but like a sour powder. These are really good. Finally. Yeah, it was between. So I went with these because it was between these or these little natto beans kind of looking things. So natto is fermented soybean, and it smells like the worst French cheese you've ever smelled. But they made a snack of those, this little bean, like dried bean snack of those, and inside is supposedly soft, slimy natto. So I didn't want to get sick on the live stream, so I opted for a kid's gummy snack instead. But yeah, they're really cool. Yeah, this. Oh no, it doesn't. It's kind of grayish, so it doesn't key. But look at that. It looks like a little tiny little snow cone there. Yeah. So usually the shaved ice. I mean, you can't really see the scale of this, but it'll be a bowl and a giant pile of shaved ice then with syrup on top of it. So they don't mess around. The snow cones here, the kakigori here is huge. I mean, you're just eating ice, so you're not going to get very full. But when they give you, it's serious. It's a serious pile of shaved ice. Yeah, but these are really cute. I didn't suspect they would be so. They look like something you could put in a little dollhouse. The simulated. Oh, the flavors are really good. Yeah. So they're saying, yeah, gari flavor. So a little crunchy. Also, two of them are gari, and this one is softer. Oh, that's weird. Yeah. So two of them are crunchy, and then the strawberry is smooth. That's weird. A little variety. Yeah, snow cones are awesome. And they're such a great, like, because the summer is so hot and humid here, it's such a nice relief. Just being able to eat a bunch of sweet ice. Yeah, so these are great. If you ever see these, you have to try them. They're really well done. Yeah, so sometimes they do have some of the novelty snacks are so cute and clever in Japan and actually taste good. Yeah, I was worried the flavors would be weird or whatever. And sometimes they'll throw in like a cola flavor or some kind of odd flavor. But these are all very normal snow cone flavors. And they're pretty amazing. Yeah, they're like gumdrops. They remind me most of those sugar-covered gumdrops. Very old school. Wow. So that's the last snack of summer. I'm sure you'll never see these again. I mean, you won't see these until next year. They're getting rid of all the summer-looking candy. So look at that little... I guess it's all green. It's all green stripes, so it's all keying out. But a really cute little simulated thing. I wonder if they're going to start doing that more, because they're becoming, Japan is becoming so known for the little sample food, the plastic food that they have. So I wonder if they're going to start doing more snacks that look like other things and are kind of miniature and cute. Yeah, they did they just did a gummy version, the Moss Burger, the kind of Japanese McDonald's did a gummy version of the bun and patty, lettuce and tomato, but they're all gummy, so you can make little gummy hamburgers. They did that too, but that looked a little too intense. So yeah, so little Japanese snow cone gumdrops. Nice. Yes, you made it, Jose. You made it in time. Yeah, so there's not. Yeah, so. Yeah, that's interesting. They did 2 crunchy and 1 soft. Very odd. Wow. Is that real? Is that right? One of them is 178 calories. Wow, how many did I just eat? Or maybe one. Oh no, one package. Maybe one package. Because that can't be. That's not much to them. Yeah, maybe one whole package. Because gummy doesn't have anything in it. But no, they're fun facts or anything on the back. Yeah, but a cute idea. Yeah, sometimes you'll run into these things, and yeah, there's some really odd flavors that are popular here, but that was pretty good. So let's get back to some. Oh, I guess yeah, we're just back to the writing part. There we go. Nice. Nice. It definitely did cool down in summer. Ice, just ice is ice. But yeah, that's true. The choosing of the syrup is was always the most fun. And I have lost my pen. There we go. All right, now I know how to spell stomachs, and I'll never forget that for the rest of my miserable life. All right. Oh, let me go back to this guy, because I already had this idea. Never happened to him because he was vanilla. Vanilla. I'll spell it with an M. Nothing fun ever happened to him because he was vanilla. That's kind of, yeah, just the idea of him being vanilla. And this is not something you'd want to happen to you if you were ice cream. He should be frowning, shouldn't he? But people have their own perspectives about. Oh, first time I nailed it. That's crazy. Yeah, people have their own ideas of what should be happening in their lives and what should be fun. So nothing fun ever happened to him because he was vanilla. Yeah, I don't want to add it. It can't be a question, but there might be an easier way or a better way to say that. Yeah, I don't want to write it as a question because he was vanilla. All right. Well, we'll come back and see if any wording occurs. Nice. Water flavored, right? Water flavored popsicle. Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah, the shaved ice though, the whatever little machine that they use here, the yeah, you couldn't quite see it. Now you can't. They make it look more crystally and things. Oh, I guess though that's maybe why they're doing the 2 kinds of. Yeah, remember on here they did this the crunchy and the crunchy and the smooth, like the gari kind of crunchy, or what is that, chunky and smooth. Because I think there are 2 kinds of ways that they crush the ice. So there's a grinder that just kind of makes that, crushed ice, real crystally chunky, like whatever, your typical snow cone. But there's also snow cones here that shave it really. I guess that's the difference between crushed and shaved ice, but they shave it really thin, so it's all like it's very feathery, and so that's why they can make the big mound of it because it sticks to itself because it's really thin little sheets of ice like feathers. So there's the little tiny shaved ice, and they make a big pile of it. So it is shaved ice, but there's I guess they do there is a differentiation, but most of the big ones, so the ice itself is very, very light. So maybe that huge pile of ice is actually not that much physical ice. It may have only took, a few chunks of ice to make that huge pile for the snow cone, because there are a couple of different styles. So I've had a couple of different. So one that tastes like a blender, like it was made with a blender, and then the other one where it's that real feathery, light shaved ice. That one's pretty good, and you can it holds the flavor and stuff a little bit better, and it's huge. All right, so what's going on with donuts and coffee? All right, half eaten. 2.5 donuts. Let's see. Oh boy, what am I doing with it? Donut joke. Yeah, we're missing. There's the missing part of the donut was actually in the coffee mug. Yeah, because I could soak the donut in coffee color. Yeah, I don't know if that would work. Let's try it. I'll just put it on a layer, and I can turn it off or on. Here's the coffee color. Can I grab that? If I didn't work so small, I could. Oh. It was there. Okay. A little lighter. All right, so we'll try a soaked in coffee look for the donut. Maybe both sides? Yeah, I don't know if I do both sides, it might not read. Turn this off for a second. Does that look dunked? And I guess I can make it wet looking. Now it looks less worried and just more weirdly wet. Comp breakfast. There you go. Dunked donut. Oh, I can do this here too. Oops, wrong layer. Where is that? Where is that? Here. Does that work? It doesn't look like blackface, does it? It's supposed to be coffee. It's coffee soaked into a donut. So maybe I shouldn't put it on the face part. Okay, so maybe I should put it over here. Yeah, maybe that might not look great. Okay, let's try it this side. Oh, it's not going to read, though. What to do? Maybe give up the whole idea of the dunked donut. Yeah, because I'll have to probably do this. Oops. What's going on here? Wait a minute. There you go. I have to do this to make it read. Okay, yeah, this makes it read more as a very intentional and wet. It's just a dunked donut. I don't think it reads. Yeah, when it was just the little donut's face, that didn't look very good, but I think this works. Yeah, there. Then very obviously, there's another half of a donut in there somewhere. I don't know. I don't know if that works. Yeah, that's true too. That's why I need to stay in touch with everybody in English-speaking, North America, so I know when I'm breaking the rules. It looks like a murder scene. Let's see. It's here, right? Yeah. Let's see if I can get up a little bit. Yeah. Maybe lighter is better. Yeah, lighter is probably better. Looks less like blood. Yeah, so somewhere there's a submerged donut. Where's the other half of the donut? His better half. The other half of the donut. Oh man. Oh yeah, there's really no point for me to have colored that donut so intricately, because let me try. Just, yeah, multiply gives me a little bit better. No, not really. Green is nice. Yeah, I don't get any more of that color coming through on another layer. Yeah, both ends look better. So something about dunking. The dunking of a donut. Yeah, it was looking a little weird there for a minute. All right. Yeah, I was just thinking dunking a donut was more difficult, or more, it was messier than they had suspected. Yeah, the mug's not quite big enough, but I like the idea of like half of a donut was left behind. Yeah, both ends looks better. Thank you, Joe. I definitely need to have another pair of eyes looking at what's going on. All right. Yeah, great. So what's going on? The something about leaving a lot behind in the dunking process. The dunking process left sorry. Dunking process left him feeling less. Half a donut. Yeah, this isn't the trauma of a dunked donut. Yeah, it looks, the image is pretty traumatic looking. Was much more, so dunking donuts was much more traumatic than yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Donuts. What am I? There's multiple N's in donuts. The least enjoyable thing. The practice of dunking? Not my favorite flavors. Just the mess. Dunking, the least enjoyable. Yeah, least enjoyable would not include being eaten, I guess. Dunking was almost, let's see. It looks pretty traumatic. Maybe trauma is a good the practice of dunking, the ritual, the practice. It sounds pretty serious. Most donuts never knew the trauma of dunking. Now let's see. Most. Oh, right. I'm typing donuts again. Never knew. Would never know. Never know. Most donuts, never would, never would never know the trauma of dunking. Traumatic dunking. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Much more pleasant than it seemed. Yeah. That's a good. I think because it's getting too ugly. Because it does look like a. To do a contrast between how it looked. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want it to suggest waterboarding or any of those old stupid political cartoons. Let's see. Yeah, I liked the. It was much more pleasant than it looked. The contrast between how terrible it looks. Yeah, dunking was actually much more pleasant than it looked. Would never know the trauma of dunking. Or let's still got this. So dunking was much more pleasant with an extra E. Yeah, dunking was much more pleasant. Oh, I have a semicolon in there too. That's great. I'm sure nobody will point that out in the comments on Go Comics. Okay. Dunking was much. Yeah. So I like how short that is, but yeah, trauma of dunking is pretty fun. Yeah, maybe most. Yeah, because filled donuts and what the. I just want to move this. No. Just. What? Okay. Just this. A little bit. There we go. Yes. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, most donuts would never know the trauma of dunking. Yeah, I like the contrast though. Between this looks terrible, but it's not so bad. So pleasant than it looked. They're all. Yeah, so basically, yeah, you would only, well, I guess a glazed donut, but you would only dunk a glazed or a plain cake donut. Unless you wanted all kinds of weird stuff floating in your coffee. It's much more pathetic though if it's traumatic, if he's like a shivering chunk of soggy donut. Yeah, let's go with trauma of dunking. That makes me laugh. And I stripped this down a little too much. The other one, I think I stripped too much out of it. More pleasant than it looked. Yeah, I'll stick with trauma of dunking. Most donuts would never know the trauma of dunking. And so nothing fun ever happened to him because he was vanilla. He wondered why nothing, yeah. Was it because... Yeah, I don't think there's a better version of that either. Nothing fun ever happened to him because he was vanilla. Right, bleeding, right. Soggy morsels. Oh, that's great. Soggy morsels is awesome. Yum, I need to hire you to help me write these. That soggy morsels is awesome. That's a really good. Oh, they need to be soggy too, don't they? They got to be soggier. What? Okay, let's try this and here. Yeah, make them a little soggier. Oh, come on. Doesn't like my pressure. What's going on here? Soggy morsels. That is a great phrase. Soggy morsels is genius. Soggy morsels. I have to write that down just because it needs to live on. Soggy morsels. That's excellent. Crumbled. That's really good. I can pay you, but only in soggy morsels. Oh man. That's the worst band name ever. I love that. Yeah, that's really, yeah, that's so that's a really good example of something that like it inspires a whole cartoon, or like I'll get stuck on a phrase like that, like a combination of things that sounds really funny, and then want to figure out how to incorporate that into a joke or draw a picture of that. So a lot of times that's the inspiration, is just something that sounds sounds really good together, like soggy morsels. There's something really bizarre about that combination of words. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, but good job. Good job, Yum. Oh man. Well, that's good. That's the best laugh I've had. Uh oh, does that I don't know. Entirely reduced to soggy morsels. Mm. That should be a yeah. I should uh, do a t-shirt version. Oh, that might be. Yeah, I haven't ever done that. A t-shirt version of the cartoon, and just do this. That would be excellent. Yeah, see. Oh, where did it go? There it is. That on a t-shirt would be excellent. Nice. Okay, I'll have to keep that. Keep that. Yeah, that'd be good. Good promotion too. Your weekly soggy morsels. Oh, abuse cartoons. Mm. All right. Nice. Yeah, actually, let me just make that version. Just export that version by itself. Oh, that's right, it's super high res. I'll do that after. Oh, no, it already flattens it out, yeah. But yeah, I'll save that, and yeah, save a separate version of that. Nice. Okay. Oh. Trauma of donking. Nothing fun ever happened to him because he was vanilla? Question mark. Yeah. Yeah, he wondered, or he blamed being vanilla. He blamed his lack of spontaneity on being vanilla. I don't know. I guess that's fine. It doesn't. It doesn't get much better. No, nothing fun ever happened to him because he was vanilla. Nice. I have to send Yome Soggy Morsels t-shirt, I think. That would be fun. I'll have to find out the easiest place to get that made. Oh, yeah, that's right. No, there is a it depends what size you are, There's a cheap place that does those full color inkjet embeds, the fabric ink embeds for like $6 a shirt or something. Yeah, that would be fun to do a couple of different cartoon shirts. And Soggy Morsels is right up there. Yeah, but the Japanese sizes don't get very big, and they run pretty tiny for the size. So like a small is like an extra small, and a medium is like a small. Everything's like a size down. That's one thing I always wondered, how like Uniqlo and Muji and the Japanese stores that make clothes, if they had to like shift their whole size scale up to do things in the West, because I mean you literally need to be able to do like 4X shirts in American stores, and I don't know if they would do that in Japan. All right, I think that does it. Wow, that was really fun. That was the best writing. That was the best time I had writing this in a long time. All right. Well, I will head off. Yeah, it is getting to be that time. So yeah. Thanks so much for hanging out, and yeah, I really enjoyed the chat as always. You guys are always really fun, and I'll be back again next week. So let's see. So yeah, so if you're new to watching this is a weekly live stream I do of drawing the 2 single panel gag cartoons I do for Go Comics. GoComics.com/domestic abuse is the archive that we looked at here. So it looks like this. So if you want to see the too many years of these comics, you can check all of that out at look at their daily for so long at gocomics.com/domestic abuse, like it says right up there, and the plural of stomach I was also checking, and on Twitter at abuse cartoons. abusecartoons.com is the website, and and there's also a Patreon, so patreon.com/abuse cartoons. Sorry, patreon.com/abuse cartoons. I think it's all in the description text of the stream. If you want to support the cartoon and get signed books or original art of some of the earlier stuff. So thank you as always. Yeah, take care, everybody. Be safe and take it easy. Oh, did I miss? Oh, no. Sorry, I'm really... Oh, jeez. Joe, sorry. What's going on? I made the deal. Oh, I put it on the thing, too. Sorry, that's probably why. Boom. Yeah, it might not be on that page that I spent so much time on. Thanks, Joe. I'm getting really bad at that. I made it huge so I could read it on the main page, but I need to put it on all. Need to put on all the pages. Sorry. Bum, bum, bum. What am I logged in as? Twitch. Damn. None of those are my favorite donuts. What is your favorite donut, Joe? That's something we definitely need to... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got your email. Very cool. Thanks so much, Joe. I appreciate it. And sorry I missed it. I think I was maybe on the screen that didn't have the alert box on it, but I appreciate it. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you did that like an hour ago. Really? Sorry about that. Damn. Yeah, so I will email you. I'll take a few photos of stuff that I find and see if there's something that fits what you were thinking of. But, yeah, thanks so much. I really appreciate it, and I will get back to you. None of those donuts are your favorite. There it is. Oh, here we go. I got to follow. Thank you, Sephiroth, for the follow. See, yeah, I made it bigger so I could read it. Then I totally missed Joe's. Totally missed Joe's donation. Nice. Oh no, no, Yum's being terrorized by a big fly. Yikes. Uh, yeah, that the running zombie. Nice. Yeah, I got to check out the Hyphonics. I want to see the Chick-fil-A. I want to see the job at Chick-fil-A on the stream. I'll take a look. Yeah, take care. Thank you so much, Joe. And I'll get in touch with you about those tools. So take it easy. Yeah, I'll do a big, a big W. That's right. I mean, it can be static, so I can add that as a an element in Streamlabs. Let me take a look. I'll take a look at my alerts. But yes. So thank you for reminding me. Sorry, I missed it. That's miserable. So yeah, please take care, everyone. And if the first time watching, thank you for watching. And I will be back again next week at about this same time. So have a good week, everybody. Yeah, Joe, take care. Yeah, of course, made in Japan, definitely. Hey, Sephiroth, going good. Yeah, it's almost dinner time here in Japan, so I was just logging off. But thank you so much for the follow. And yeah, check back. So there's a whole archive. So the weekly live stream is archived both in Twitch and YouTube if you want to check out any of the previous streams. And eat some stuff from the convenience store and complain about the comments on my archive, and yeah, and then draw this cartoon. So yeah, take care, and please stop by next week, Sephiroth, and we will be doing this same song and dance. So everybody, take care and be safe, and hope for a new and better normal, and yeah. I will see you next week. All right. Take care. Yeah, you too, Sephiroth. Have a good rest of your day, and be back next week. Bye.